There are powers in existence that do not bow to prophecy, destiny, or mortal understanding. Powers older than magic itself. Power that creates, destroy without apology. This is the story of what if Harry Potter was adopted by Shiva, the destroyer, and raised in the Hindu heavens. A world where the boy is not shaped by fear, neglect, or fragile protection, but by divine discipline and cosmic balance. In this timeline, Harry Potter is not raised to survive, he is raised to end cycle. This is not a story about defeating a Dark Lord. This is a story about becoming something far worse to those who threaten the balance. Now let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was adopted by Shiva the Destroyer and raised in the Hindu heavens. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Blue God and the Doorstep. The night on Privet Drive was quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the suffocating, boring kind of quiet that makes you want to scream just to see if the universe is still listening. Albus Dumbledore, looking like he'd raided a cosmic thrift shop for his robes, had just finished his little dramatic moment. He'd left a baby on a doorstep. A baby. On a doorstep. In November. With nothing but a blanket and a letter that basically said, "Good luck, don't break him." He clicked his deluminator, sucking the light out of the street lamps like he was drinking a milkshake, and popped away with a crack that sounded like a dry twig snapping. Job done. The savior of the wizarding world was safe. Except, he wasn't. About 30 seconds after the old wizard vanished, the air didn't just get colder, it got heavy. I'm talking gravity cranking up to 11 heavy. The perfectly manicured hedges of number 4 flattened instantly, like an invisible giant had just decided to sit on them. The pavement groaned, spiderweb cracks racing down the concrete. A shadow coalesced on the lawn. It wasn't a subtle shadow. It was a hulking, mountain-sized mass of muscle and bad attitude, squeezed into the shape of a man, or something close to it. This was Nandi. And he wasn't happy. "My lord," Nandi grunted. His voice sounded like two tectonic plates grinding together. He looked at the bundle on the doorstep with the kind of suspicion usually reserved for ticking bombs. "Is this the one?" "He looks squishy." Behind Nandi, the space actually rippled. It looked like bad CGI for a second, the reality glitching out, until a second figure stepped through. He was tall. Lean but ripped in that way that suggests he could throw a planet if he felt like it. His skin was the color of a storm cloud right before a tornado touches down, a pale, luminous blue. He wore a tiger skin around his waist like it was casual loungewear, and a live cobra was coiled around his neck, looking bored. Shiva. The Destroyer. The big boss. He walked up to the doorstep, his bare feet not making a sound, ignoring the fact that his mere presence was causing the Dursleys' milk bottles to curdle inside the fridge. Shiva leaned down, inspecting the baby. The cobra hissed, flicking its tongue out to taste the air. "He has the mark," Shiva said. His voice was calm, contrasting the absolute terror radiating off him. It was the calm of the eye of the storm. "And he smells like rotting soul stuff." "A parasite?" Nandi asked, stepping closer. The bullman sniffed the air and wrinkled his nose. "Disgusting. It's an Azura fragment. A sticky one. It's latched onto the boy's prana." Shiva reached out. He didn't use a wand. He didn't chant Latin nonsense. He just poked the baby's forehead with one ash-smeared finger. Baby Harry woke up. He didn't cry. He looked up at the blue giant, his green eyes wide. The old wizard put wards up, Nandi noted, looking at the invisible dome of magic shimmering around the house. Blood wards. Based on a mother's sacrifice. Weak geometry. Sloppy execution. Intention was good. Execution is mortal, Shiva muttered. He looked at the letter pinned to the blanket. He didn't touch it, He just looked at it, and the paper disintegrated into dust, the information flowing directly into his mind. They want him to live here. With these cattle? Shiva glanced at the house. Through the walls, he could see the souls of the people inside. They were gray, small, and petty. They looked like static on a bad TV channel. If we leave him here, Shiva said, straightening up, the parasite will eat his potential. He will grow up weak. Fearful. And then he will die to fulfill a prophecy written by some blind seer who probably drank too much fermented grape juice. So, we flush the parasite? Nandi asked, raising a hand that looked capable of crushing a tank. No, Shiva grinned. It was a terrifying expression. The parasite is woven too deep. To kill it now would kill the boy. We need the boy to become strong enough to burn it out himself. Shiva scooped the baby up. Harry gurgled, reaching for the cobra. The snake, surprisingly, nuzzled the kid's hand. He has no fear, Shiva observed. Good. The universe eats the fearful for breakfast. The mortals will panic, Nandi pointed out, though he looked like he hoped they would. The old wizard, Dumbledore, he thinks he's playing a chess game. He's playing checkers with pigeons, Shiva scoffed. We're taking him to Kailash. The gravity will crush him, Nandi warned. Then he better get strong fast, Shiva said, turning around. The reality glitch opened up again, revealing a backdrop of snow-capped peaks and a sky filled with swirling galaxies that were definitely not visible from Surrey. What do we call him? Nandi asked, following his master. Harry Potter is a weak name. Sounds like a gardener. Shiva looked at the baby, who was currently trying to pull the crescent moon sticking out of Shiva's matted hair. Hari, Shiva said. Just Hari. It means the remover of sins. Or in his case, the remover of idiots. They stepped through the portal. The tear in reality zipped shut. On the doorstep, a single leaf swirled in the sudden vacuum, and the Dursleys continued to sleep, completely unaware that their normal, boring life had just narrowly avoided a collision with a literal god. 7 years later location, Mount Kailash, the outer rim. The air up here was thin. If you were a normal human, your lungs would have imploded 5 minutes ago. But the air was also thick with prana, the cosmic energy that fueled the stars. It was morning, which in Kailash meant the sun was blasting down with the intensity of a laser beam, reflecting off the glaciers until the whole world looked like it was made of diamonds and violence. 7-year-old Hari was currently hanging by his fingertips from a cliff edge that dropped about 3 miles straight down into a pit of swirling mist. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of loose, coarse orange pants. His skin was bronzed from the harsh UV rays, and he had 3 horizontal lines of white ash smeared across his forehead. He didn't look like a British schoolboy. He looked like Mowgli if Mowgli had been hitting the gym and eating whey protein since birth. Don't fall, a voice boomed from above. Hari gritted his teeth, his small muscles trembling. Thanks for the tip, Nandi Bai. Really helpful. Nandi was sitting on the ledge above, peeling a pomegranate the size of a bowling ball. If you fall, you have to climb back up. And I think I saw a wyvern nesting down there. She looked hungry. I hate you, Hari wheezed. Focus your breath, Nandi chomped on the fruit. The gravity isn't pushing you down. You are agreeing to go down. Stop agreeing. Hari squeezed his eyes shut. This was the stupidest lesson ever. Physics didn't care about his opinion. But here, in the realm of the Devas, physics was more like a suggestion. A guideline. Stop agreeing, he thought. He visualized the prana in his gut. A small ball of fire. He pushed it into his fingers. His grip hardened. The stone under his fingertips didn't just support him, it bonded to him. With a grunt that sounded more like a bark, Hari pulled. He launched himself up, scrambling over the ledge and collapsing onto the snow. He lay there, gasping, his chest heaving. The air tasted like mint and electricity. 6 minutes, Nandi said, unimpressed. Kartikeya could do that in 30 seconds when he was your age. Hari flipped onto his back, glaring at the bullman. Kartikeya was born a god. I was born a, what did Dad call it? A muggle? Wizard, Nandi corrected. But honestly, same difference. Both squishy. Hari sat up, wiping the sweat from his eyes. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead stood out, angry and red. It always itched when he used too much energy. Dad said it was the parasite trying to feed. Hari just thought of it as a battery indicator. When it hurt, he was pushing limits. Is Dad home? Hari asked, grabbing a handful of snow and eating it. He's meditating, Nandi said, standing up. The ground shook slightly. He's been in the zone for 3 years. Don't poke him unless the world is ending. Or if you want to be turned into a piles of ash. Boring, Hari muttered. He stood up, shaking out his arms. He felt strong. Not just kid strong, but real strong. The gravity here was roughly 3 times Earth standard. Just walking around was a workout. I'm going to the lower slopes. I want to hunt. Nandi narrowed his eyes. The lower slopes have rakshasas, Hari. Big ones. One of them eats elephants like popcorn. Hari grinned. It wasn't a nice grin. It was a grin full of teeth and reckless confidence. He picked up his spear, a heavy shaft of ironwood tipped with a shard of celestial obsidian. Then I guess I'll bring back elephant steaks for dinner, Hari said. Nandi watched the boy run off, leaping over crevasses with the grace of a mountain goat. The bullman sighed. He's getting too arrogant, Nandi muttered to the wind. He is young, a voice whispered on the wind. It was Shiva. Let him break a bone or two. It builds character. For years latter location, the frozen waterfall of Akash Hari was 11. And he was currently freezing to death. He sat cross-legged under a waterfall. But this wasn't water. It was liquid starlight, supercooled, heavy, and absolutely brutal. It pounded against his shoulders with the force of a hydraulic press. He had to sit still. That was the test. If he moved, the flow would snap his neck. If he lost focus, the cold would stop his heart. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. He wasn't chanting it out loud. He was vibrating the sound in his bones. Inside his mind, Hari was fighting a war. The parasite, the dark stain on his soul, hated this. It hated the purity of the place. It screamed in his head, flashing images of green light, a woman screaming, a high-pitched cruel laugh. Shut up, Hari thought, pushing his mental will against the darkness. You don't pay rent here. The darkness lashed out, sending a spike of pain through his scar. Hari didn't flinch. He let the pain wash over him, transforming it into heat. This was the trick Dad had taught him. Rudra. The howling storm. You don't ignore the anger, you use it. You burn it as fuel. The water pounded him. His skin was blue from cold, matching his father's hue. Suddenly, a presence flickered at the edge of his senses. Not a god. Not a Ghana. Something wrong. It felt oily. Like sludge sliding over a clean floor. Hari's eyes snapped open. They weren't just green anymore. They were glowing with a faint, inner luminescence. He didn't stand up, he exploded upwards. He shattered the waterfall, stepping out of the stream in a cloud of freezing mist. He grabbed his trident, he'd graduated from the spear, and spun around. There, standing on the icy rocks, was a creature. It looked like a man, but stretched. Too tall. Too thin. Its skin was gray and scaly, and it had 4 arms. An Azura scout. Human, the Azura hissed. Its voice sounded like tearing paper. I smelled. Tasty, mortal blood. It licked its lips. It didn't realize where it was. It must have found a rift, a weak spot in the dimension, and slipped through hoping for a snack. Hari didn't look scared. He looked annoyed. You're interrupting my meditation, Hari said. His voice had cracked recently, dropping an octave, but right now it sounded deadly calm. Do you know whose garden this is? The Asura laughed. Shiva sleeps. The destroyer does not care about one small human morsel. The Asura lunged. It was fast. Faster than a blink. But Hari had grown up wrestling with gravity that tried to crush him flat. To him, the Asura was moving in slow motion. Hari didn't dodge. He stepped into the attack. Rule number 1, Hari said, ducking under a clawed hand that could have ripped a car door off. Never assume the human is the prey. Hari slammed the butt of his trident into the Asura's solar plexus. There was a sickening crunch of cartilage. The demon gagged, doubling over. Hari grabbed one of the demon's 4 arms, twisted his hips, and used a judo throw enhanced with pure prana. The demon hit the rocks with enough force to create a crater. Boom! The Asura screeched, scrambling back, black blood leaking from its mouth. You have the stink of the Naga Lord on you. That's my dad, Hari said. He spun the trident, settling into a combat stance. And you're trespassing. The Asura snarled and changed tactics. It opened its mouth and spat a stream of acidic green fire, dark magic. Hari's eyes widened. He recognized the energy. It felt like his scar. He didn't block it. He raised his left hand. Stop. He didn't cast a spell. He exerted his will. He imposed his reality over the Asuras. The green fire hit an invisible wall 3 inches from Hari's palm and dissipated into smoke. The Asura froze. What are you? Hari felt a heat building in the center of his forehead. Not the scar. The other spot. The third eye chakra. It was itching. I'm the guy who's going to turn you into fertilizer, Hari said. He leaped. This wasn't a wizard duel. There were no Latin words. There was just impact. Hari drove the trident down. The Asura caught the tips with 3 of its hands, struggling against the boy's strength. You are weak, the Asura screamed. You are mortal meat. Yeah. Hari grunted, his muscles straining, the veins in his neck popping. Well, this meat bites back. Hari let go of the trident with one hand and punched the Asura in the face. His fist was wrapped in a golden aura, Vajra, the thunderbolt strike. The Asura's head snapped back. Its hold on the trident broke. Hari drove the weapon down. Squelch. Silence returned to the valley. Hari stood over the dissolving body of the demon, breathing hard. The adrenaline was crashing. His hands were shaking. He wiped the black ichor off his face. Sloppy, a deep voice rumbled. Hari jumped, spinning around. Shiva was sitting on a rock nearby, looking like he'd been there the whole time. He was filing his nails with a dagger. Dad! Hari lowered the trident. Did you see that? I blocked the fire. With my hand. I saw you hesitate before the finishing blow, Shiva said, standing up. He towered over Hari. And you let him talk too much. Villains always lie. Why listen? I wanted to know how he got in, Hari defended himself. He got in because the cosmic barriers are thinning, Shiva said, his face turning serious. The balance is shifting. The Asuras are getting bold. Shiva walked over to the spot where the demon had died. He looked at Hari's scar. It was bleeding black tar. And that thing inside you, Shiva pointed a long finger at Hari's forehead, is calling out to them. It's a beacon. Hari touched his forehead. The parasite? It's waking up, Shiva said. Because its original owner is making moves. Hari frowned. The wizard who killed my parents. The very same. Shiva looked at the sky. You've learned how to fight demons, Hari. You know how to crush bones and channel prana. But you don't know anything about the subtle arts. Magic. Wands. Politics. Lies. I don't need wands, Hari scoffed, stabbing his trident into the snow. They're sticks for weaklings. Hubris, Shiva said, flicking Hari on the forehead. Ow. Pain is a teacher, Shiva smiled. You are strong, my son. But you are a hammer. And the world down there. He pointed towards the mortal realm, it requires a scalpel. Suddenly, a screech echoed through the valley. A bird. A very confused, very tired-looking bird. It was a snowy owl, flapping its wings desperately against the heavy gravity of Kailash. It looked like it was flying through molasses. It was panting. Actual panting. Is that an owl? Hari asked. The owl spotted them, folded its wings, and basically dive-bombed into a snowbank next to Hari. Poof. Hari walked over and dug the bird out. It was clutching a letter in its beak. The parchment was thick, yellowish, and sealed with red wax. It's addressed to me, Hari said, reading the green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the second cave on the left, Mount Kailash, Swarga. Potter, Hari wrinkled his nose. I hate that name. It is your heritage, Shiva said. Read it. Hari cracked the seal. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hari looked up at his dad. Hogwarts? Sounds like a pig disease. It is a school, Shiva said. For wizards. I don't want to go to school, Hari complained. I want to learn the Tandava. You said you'd teach me how to dance the universe into dust when I turn 12. And I will, Shiva promised. But first, you must go to this school. Why? Shiva's eyes glowed like dying stars. Because the snake man, Voldemort, is not dead. He is hiding. And he is going to try to return. Shiva placed a heavy hand on Hari's shoulder. The gods cannot interfere directly in mortal affairs. It's a bureaucratic nightmare. The celestial laws forbid me from going down there and turning this Voldemort into a stain on the pavement. Hari grinned. He understood. But I'm not a god, Hari said. Not technically. Exactly, Shiva grinned back, and it was the grin of a predator teaching its cub how to hunt. You are human. You can go where I cannot. You can fight their wars. So, Hari looked at the letter again. I go to this boarding school. I learn their stick-waving magic. And then, Shiva said, handing Hari his trident, when the snake raises his head, you cut it off. Hari looked at the owl, which had recovered enough to nip at his finger. Fine, Hari sighed. But I'm taking the trident. Take Nandi too, Shiva said, walking away. He needs a vacation. And I hear the food in Scotland is terrible. You'll need him to cook. Hari looked at the sprawling mountains of his home, then at the fragile paper in his hand. Hogwarts, Hari tested the word. You better be ready. 2 weeks later location, Diagon Alley, London. The Leaky Cauldron was busy. Witches and wizards were drinking, gossiping, and generally being loud. The door to the Muggle Street opened. Silence didn't fall immediately. It rippled outward from the door as people stopped talking, their primal instincts screaming that a top-tier predator had just entered the room. Hari stepped in. He looked wild. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt, but they looked wrong on him, like clothes put on a statue. He was barefoot. He refused to wear shoes, they make you blind to the earth, he'd argued. His hair was a messy black nest, tied back with a piece of leather. His skin was glowing with health, contrasting sharply with the pale, sickly look of most of the patrons. And on his back, wrapped in cloth but unmistakably heavy, was a long polearm. Behind him, squeezed into a trench coat and a fedora that was comically small, was Nandi. The human disguise spell was working, but barely. He looked like a bodybuilder who ate other bodybuilders for breakfast. The barman, Tom, wiped a glass nervously. "Can I help you gents?" Hari walked up to the bar. He moved with that fluid, dangerous grace. He looked at Tom. "We need to get to the back," Hari said. "To the sparkly wall." "The brick wall?" Tom squeaked. "For Diagon Alley." "Yeah. That. You need a wand to open it, lad." Hari looked at Nandi. Nandi shrugged. "I don't have a wand yet," Hari said. "But I have this." Hari walked to the brick wall in the back courtyard. He looked at the bricks. 3 up, 2 across. Hari asked. "I believe so, little lord," Nandi rumbled. Hari didn't tap the bricks. He placed his palm flat against the wall. He pushed. Not with muscle. With will. Open. The magic in the bricks shrieked. It wasn't used to being bossed around like this. Usually, it needed a password, a tap, a polite request. Hari just shoved pure, high-voltage spiritual pressure into the enchantments. The bricks didn't just fold away, they practically scrambled over each other to get out of his way, terrified. The archway opened. Diagon Alley was revealed in all its chaotic glory. Kids buying brooms, witches buying bat spleens, goblins scowling. Hari stepped through, taking a deep breath of the London air. It smelled like coal smoke and unwashed bodies. "It stinks," Hari noted. "Low hygiene standards," Nandi agreed. "Shall we go to the bank? The master gave us some gold from the old treasuries." "Yeah." They walked through the crowd. People parted like the Red Sea. They didn't know why, they just knew they didn't want to be in this kid's way. Hari stopped in front of a window display. Nimbus 2000. The fastest broomstick. "Look at that," a pale, pointy-faced boy next to him drawled. It was Draco Malfoy. He looked at Hari's bare feet and sneered. "Looking at the brooms, are we? Bit out of your price range, I'd wager. Where are your shoes, savage?" Hari looked down at Draco. He tilted his head. He didn't get mad. He looked at Draco with genuine curiosity, like he was examining a weird bug. "You're gray," Hari said. "Excuse me?" Draco bristled. "Your aura," Hari pointed at Draco's chest. "It's gray. And wobbling. You're scared of your own shadow, aren't you?" "I am a Malfoy." Draco sputtered. "My father is probably gray too," Hari interrupted. He leaned in, his green eyes boring into Draco's soul. "You should eat more root vegetables. And do some squats. You have the bone density of a bird." Hari patted Draco on the shoulder. It was a gentle pat, but Draco's knees buckled from the weight of it. "Bye, gray boy," Hari said, walking away. Nandi chuckled as they headed toward Gringotts. "Making friends already?" "He was soft," Hari said. "I felt bad for him. If a wind blows too hard, he might snap." They reached Gringotts. The white marble building loomed over the street. "Goblins," Hari said, eyeing the guards. "Subterranean species. Sturdy. Greedy. But warriors." They entered the bank. Hari marched up to the head teller. The goblin looked down his long nose. "Key?" Hari looked at Nandi. Nandi reached into his trench coat and pulled out a pouch. He dumped it on the counter. It wasn't a key. It was a pile of ancient, uncut rubies and gold coins that predated the Roman Empire. "We don't have a key," Nandi rumbled. We have collateral. Open a vault. Now. The goblin's eyes widened. He picked up a coin. He tasted it. His eyes bulged. This is Vedic gold, the goblin whispered. This hasn't been seen since. He looked at Hari. Really looked at him. Since the age of myths. We're in a hurry, Hari said, drumming his fingers on the counter. I need to buy a stick and a cauldron. The goblin bowed. Actually bowed. Right away, sir. Right away. 1 hour later, Ollivander's the shop was dusty. It smelled like old paper and secrets. Mr. Ollivander slid out from behind the shelves. I wondered when I'd see you, Mr. Potter. Hari leaned against the counter. Just Hari. You can keep the Potter. Ollivander blinked. Curious. Your mother's eyes. Yeah, Hari waved a hand. Can we skip the nostalgia? I need a wand that won't break. Wands are delicate instruments, Ollivander chided. He handed Hari a wand. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Hari took it. Snap. The wand exploded in his hand before he could even wave it. Splinters flew everywhere. Oops, Hari said. Too much juice. Ollivander looked horrified. You didn't even cast anything. I just pushed a little prana into it, Hari explained. To check the conductivity. It had terrible resistance. Ollivander swallowed. He went back and got another. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander whispered. 11 inches. Hari took it. Immediately, the room got hot. The wand vibrated. It didn't break. It hummed. But Hari frowned. It's fighting me, Hari said. It likes the parasite. Parasite? Ollivander asked. The scar, Hari tapped his forehead. This wand connects to the scar. It feels like brothers. Hari focused. He clamped his hand around the wand. His aura flared, visible for a split second, a roaring avatar of blue flame. He forced his will into the wood, dominating the phoenix feather, bending it to his command. The wand stopped humming and started screaming, a high-pitched sound of submission. It glowed bright gold. It'll do, Hari said, shoving the smoking wand into his belt. But I'm probably going to use my spear mostly. Ollivander looked like he needed a drink. That will be 7 galleons. Hari tossed a heavy gold coin on the counter. Keep the change. Buy some better wood. He walked out into the street, where Nandi was waiting with a cage. Inside was the snowy owl from the mountain. You kept him? Hari asked. He followed us, Nandi shrugged. And he bites. I like him. I named him Hedwig. Hedwig is a girl's name, Hari said. Don't gender the bird, Hari. It's rude. Hari laughed. He looked at the wand in his belt, then at the bustling street of wizards who had no idea that the hierarchy of power had just shifted. He wasn't Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was Hari, son of the destroyer. All right, Hari cracked his knuckles. Let's go find this train. I want to see if I can arm wrestle a troll. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Swarga's Fight Club. If you think a hangover is bad, try waking up on Mount Kailash after a nap. The atmospheric pressure alone is enough to turn a standard human into a smoothie. But for Hari, it was just Tuesday. Or maybe Wednesday. Time in the realm of the gods, Swarga, didn't really work the same way it did in Surrey. It was fluid, stretching and snapping back like a rubber band made of eternity. Hari was currently upside down, doing handstand push-ups on the tip of a frozen stalagmite. 9001. He grunted, the veins in his neck bulging like steel cables. Below him, Nandi was sitting on a floating rock, sharpening a massive battle axe with a smaller, slightly less massive battle axe. Sparks flew like fireworks every time the metals touched. Your form is sloppy, Nandi critiqued, not even looking up. Your left elbow is flaring out. If an Asura catches that angle, they'll snap your arm like a dry twig. My form is perfect, Hari argued, his face turning a deep shade of tomato red from the blood rushing to his head. And gravity is being extra jerkish today. The master is meditating on the concept of universal heaviness, Nandi shrugged. So, yes. Gravity is currently at 400% capacity. Deal with it. Hari pushed himself up one last time, launched into the air, did a double backflip, and landed on the snow with a heavy thud that shook the immediate area. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even in the sub-zero temperatures, his body was radiating heat like a furnace. That was the tapasya, the internal fire generated by discipline. I'm hungry, Hari announced. Do we have any of those solar flares left? Indra sent a basket of fruit. Nandi gestured to a woven basket that looked far too fancy for the rugged, ash-covered aesthetic of Kailash. It arrived an hour ago. The messenger almost wet himself when he saw the Ganesh playing catch with a boulder. Hari walked over and peered into the basket. It was full of golden apples, shimmering grapes, and mangoes that glowed with a faint, arrogant light. Indra, Hari scoffed. He picked up an apple. It felt light, airy. The king of the Devas sends fruit. What does he want? He wants to see you, Nandi said, his tone dropping. The playfulness vanished, replaced by the deep, rumbling seriousness of a guardian. There is a banquet tonight in Amravati. A celebration of something. The season's changing. Indra buying a new elephant. Who knows? He loves throwing parties. Hari took a bite of the apple. It tasted like cotton candy and pretentiousness. I hate Amravati. It smells like perfume and fake smiles. You're going, Nandi said, standing up. He was massive, his bullhead glamour fading slightly to reveal the terrifying divine form beneath before snapping back to his humanish disguise. Shiva insists. Dad wants me to go to a cocktail party. Dad wants you to remind the Devas that Kailash is not to be trifled with, Nandi corrected. And, he thinks you need to socialize before you go to the mortal realm. Dealing with arrogant gods is good practice for dealing with arrogant wizards. Hari groaned, tossing the half-eaten apple off the cliff. It fell for miles before vanishing into the cloud layer. Fine. But I'm not wearing the silk robes. They itch. Location, the Rainbow Bridge to Amravati, the capital of the heavens, Amravati, was ridiculous. If Kailash was a heavy metal concert, raw, loud, dangerous, and full of ash, Amravati was a pop star's dressing room multiplied by infinity. Everything was gold. The streets were paved with gems. The buildings floated on clouds that were legally mandated to be fluffy. The air smelled of jasmine and soma, the nectar of immortality. Hari walked across the bridge, his bare feet slapping against the polished crystal. He was wearing his usual attire, simple orange pants, a necklace of Rudraksh beads, and a tiger-skin sash. He looked like a homeless person crashing the Met Gala. Nandi walked beside him, looking equally unimpressed. Don't start fights, Nandi warned. I never start fights, Hari said innocently. I just finished them. Hari. Okay. I'll be diplomatic. I'll say, please, before I punch someone. They reached the massive golden gates. Two guards, dressed in armor so shiny it was practically blinding, crossed their spears. Halt, one guard boomed. State your business in the city of Indra. Hari looked at the spears. They were ceremonial. Dull edges. Useless. We're here for the free food, Hari deadpanned. The guard frowned. Name? Hari. Son of Shiva. The guards flinched. The name Shiva carried weight here. While Indra was the king, Shiva was the terrifying hermit living up the street who could legally delete the universe if he opened his eyes too wide. And, the beast? The guard gestured to Nandi. Nandi growled. A low, subsonic sound that made the guard's armor rattle. Right. Sorry. Go ahead. The gates swung open. The party was in full swing in the central courtyard of Indra's palace. It was a sensory overload. Apsaras, celestial nymphs, were dancing in the air, weaving patterns of light. Gandharvas were playing music that bypassed the ears and went straight to the soul, trying to force you to relax. Hari hated it. It felt soft. He grabbed a goblet of soma from a passing tray and downed it like it was water. It burned pleasantly. Look who crawled out of the snow, a voice sneered. Hari didn't turn around immediately. He sighed, setting the goblet down. Hello, Janta. He turned. Janta, the son of Indra, was standing there with his posse of minor deities. Janta was handsome in a way that made you want to hit him with a brick. Perfect jawline, silk robes that cost more than a small country, and eyes that held the absolute certainty that he was better than everyone else. I didn't think the destroyer allowed his pets inside the palace, Janta laughed, looking Hari up and down. You still dress like a beggar. Doesn't the old man have any gold in that cave of his? We have gold, Hari said calmly. We just don't feel the need to wear it to prove we're important. The small crowd around them gasped. You didn't talk to the Prince of Swarga like that. Janta's smile twitched. Tongue sharp as ever, half-breed. Tell me, how is the training? Still lifting rocks? Still meditating in the mud? It's called grounding, Hari said. You should try it. Might help you find your balance. You look a little, top-heavy. Hari tapped his own head, implying Janta's ego was weighing him down. Janta stepped closer. He was taller than Hari by a few inches, radiating a golden aura of entitlement. You exist because my father allows it. You are a human orphan that Shiva took in as a charity case. Don't forget your place, mortal. The word hung in the air. Mortal. In Swarga, being mortal was like having a disease. It meant you were temporary. Disposable. Hari felt the heat in his gut. The Rudra. The anger. But he clamped down on it. Nandi was watching from the buffet table, shaking his head slightly. Diplomacy. I'm leaving, Hari said, turning his back. This party is boring anyway. The music sucks. He took a step away. Coward, Janta whispered. Hari stopped. What did you say? I said, Janta raised his voice, ensuring the entire courtyard could hear, coward. Your father is the Lord of Destruction, yet you walk away from a challenge. Perhaps the human blood makes you weak. Perhaps you are just, fragile. Hari turned back around slowly. The casual slouch was gone. His spine was straight, his shoulders squared. The air around him began to distort, heat waves radiating off his skin. Are you challenging me, Janta? Hari asked softly. A duel, Janta smirked. Here. Now. For the entertainment of the court. Unless you're afraid you'll break. Hari looked at Nandi. Nandi didn't shake his head this time. He took a bite of a celestial pear and nodded once. Permission granted. Hari grinned. It was the grin of a wolf that had just been locked in a room with a very plump sheep. All right, Sparky, Hari said, cracking his knuckles. Let's dance. The arena of Umravti, the courtyard cleared instantly. The Devas loved the spectacle. A circle was formed, bordered by shimmering magical barriers to protect the spectators from stray energy blasts. Janta stood on one side, summoning his armor. It materialized out of golden light, chest plate, greaves, gauntlets. He summoned a sword that crackled with lightning. Hari stood on the other side. He didn't summon armor. He didn't have any. He just kicked off his sandals. Weapon? Janta asked, mocking. Or are you going to throw snowballs? Hari reached behind his back. He didn't have his trident today. He had a simple wooden training staff he'd shrunk down and tucked into his sash. He pulled it out, and it expanded to its full 6-foot length. It was just wood. Ironwood from the forests of the lower slopes, but wood nonetheless. This will do, Hari said. The crowd laughed. Wood against celestial steel. Begin, a herald shouted. Janta didn't wait. He moved fast, a blur of golden light. He was a god, after all. He crossed the distance in a millisecond, his sword swinging for Hari's head. Zzz crack. The sword hit, nothing. Hari wasn't there. He hadn't teleported. He had just ducked. It was a movement so efficient, so devoid of wasted energy, that it looked like a glitch in reality. Janta stumbled, his momentum carrying him forward. Hari pivoted on one foot. He didn't strike. He just placed the tip of his staff in front of Janta's ankle. Janta tripped. The Prince of Swarga, the son of the King of Gods, face-planted into the diamond floor. The crowd went silent. Footwork, Hari commented, leaning on his staff. You overcommit. You assumed I would block. Why would I block a lightning sword with a stick? That's just physics. Janta scrambled up, his face red with humiliation. You lucky little rat. He raised his hand. Indrastra, bolt of judgment. A massive bolt of blue lightning erupted from his palm, screaming toward Hari. This wasn't normal electricity, this was divine wrath. It could vaporize a tank. Hari didn't dodge this time. He couldn't, the blast was too wide. Instead, Hari took a deep breath. He visualized the prana inside his core. He pushed it down, through his legs, into the floor. Root. He stomped his foot. The ground buckled. A slab of the diamond floor, 5 feet thick, shot up in front of him like a wall. Boom. The lightning slammed into the slab. The rock shattered, exploding into dust and shrapnel, but the lightning ground it out, dissipating harmlessly. Through the cloud of dust, a figure launched itself. Hari flew through the debris, screaming a war cry that sounded like a tiger's roar. Janta panicked. He slashed wildly. Hari batted the sword aside with his staff, clack, striking the flat of the blade to minimize the impact on the wood. He spun, swinging the staff like a baseball bat. The wood connected with Janta's ribs. Even through the golden armor, the force was immense. Thwack. Janta went flying, skidding across the arena. Hari landed, spinning his staff and tucking it under his arm. Your armor is flashy, Hari called out. But it doesn't absorb kinetic impact well. Form over function. Typical. Janta stood up shakily. He was hurt. But more importantly, he was embarrassed. And a god with a bruised ego is a dangerous thing. Enough games, Janta hissed. His eyes began to glow white. The sky above the palace darkened. Storm clouds gathered instantly, swirling directly over the arena. Oh, Nandi muttered from the sidelines. He's drawing on the atmospheric domain. That's cheating. Is it? A voice next to Nandi asked. Nandi looked up. Standing there was a youth who looked eternally 19. He had 6 faces, currently glamored to one, rode a peacock, currently parked outside, and held a spear that radiated absolute war. Kartikeya. The general of the gods. Hari's sort of big brother. Lord Kartikeya, Nandi nodded. He's escalating. Hari is using a stick. Let's see if the boy can handle it, Kartikeya said, crossing his arms. His eyes were sharp, analytical. If he dies, he wasn't ready for the mission. In the arena, the pressure dropped. Static electricity made Hari's hair stand up. You want to see power, mortal? Janta screamed. I am the storm. Lightning began to rain down around Janta, forming a cage of electricity. He floated off the ground, charging a ball of plasma in his hands that shone like a miniature sun. Hari looked up at the floating god. Okay, Hari muttered. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Hari closed his eyes. He dropped the staff. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart. He brought his hands together in a prayer position, then slowly pulled them apart. Between his palms, the air began to scream. It turned black. This wasn't magic. This was Bhairava energy. Pure, destructive vibration. Shiva's domain. Eat this. Janta threw the sunball. Hari's eyes snapped open. They were pitch black. No whites, no irises. Just the void. Void palm. Hari thrusted his hand forward. The black vibration shot out, colliding with the sunball. There was no explosion. There was just silence. The black energy ate the lightning. It consumed the plasma, collapsing it into a singularity the size of a marble, which then fizzled out of existence. Janta's jaw dropped. What? Hari was already moving. He leaped into the air, propelled by a burst of prana from his feet. He soared 30 feet up, right into Janta's face. Gravity check. Hari shouted. He grabbed Janta by the collar of his expensive robes. He spun in midair, using the centrifugal force to swing Janta around. And then, Hari threw him down. But he didn't just throw him. Hari used his own weight, locking his legs around Janta's waist, driving him down into the arena floor in a piledriver from hell. Crash. The impact shook the entire palace. A crater formed in the center of the courtyard. Dust billowed. The silence was deafening. Slowly, Hari stood up from the center of the crater. He dusted off his orange pants. At his feet, Janta was groaning. His golden armor was cracked. His perfect nose was definitely broken, bent at a nasty angle. Hari looked down at him. You rely too much on the flashy stuff, Hari said, his voice echoing in the silent courtyard. Magic is a tool. But intent is the weapon. You threw lightning because you could. I threw a punch because I had to. Hari offered a hand to help him up. Janta slapped it away, tears of rage in his eyes. Get away from me. My father will hear of this. You savage. Hari shrugged. Tell him. Maybe he'll sign you up for some actual combat training. Clapping started. Slow, rhythmic clapping. The crowd parted. Kartikeya walked into the arena. He looked at Janta, who was blubbering on the ground. He looked at Hari, who was standing tall, barely winded. The match is over, Kartikeya announced. His voice was like a gavel striking a desk. Winner, Hari. Janta gasped. Brother. He used dark arts. He broke my nose. He used basics, Kartikeya said coldly. And he broke your nose because you forgot to guard your face. Get up, Janta. You're embarrassing the lineage. Janta scrambled up and ran, trailing golden sparkles and tears. Kartikeya turned to Hari. He didn't smile, but his eyes held a glimmer of respect. Your left elbow was flaring again, Kartikeya said. Hari grinned. I know. But the piledriver was cool, right? Adequate, Kartikeya allowed. But reckless. You exposed your back during the ascent. Against a real enemy, you would have been speared. Good thing he wasn't a real enemy, Hari said. They are all real enemies, Kartikeya warned. He placed a hand on Hari's shoulder. It was heavy, reassuring. Walk with me. Father is waiting. Location, the edge of reality, Kailash summit, they didn't walk back. Kartikeya teleported them. 1 second they were in the Gold City, the next they were on the highest peak of Kailash, where the winds sounded like chanting monks. Shiva was there. He wasn't meditating anymore. He was standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the swirling clouds that separated the divine realm from the mortal realm. Nandi was there too, looking relieved to be out of the city. "You caused a scene," Shiva said without turning around. "I defended our honor," Hari replied, stepping forward. "You broke the prince's nose," Shiva corrected. He turned around. A small smile played on his lips. "Good. It was a crooked nose anyway." Hari relaxed. "So, I'm not in trouble." "Trouble is relative," Shiva said. He sat down on a tiger skin rug. "Sit, Hari." Hari sat. The cold seeped into his bones, grounding him. "The time has come," Shiva said. The playfulness was gone. He looked ancient now, timeless. The invitation to the school. The owl. The fight today. It is all connected. "How is punching Janta connected to a wizard school?" Hari asked. "Because you are outgrowing this place," Shiva said gently. "You are human, Hari. Enhanced, yes. Adopted by the divine, yes. But your soul belongs to the earth. And the earth is sick." Shiva waved his hand over the snow. An image appeared in the ice. It was a moving picture of a dark, shadowy figure, Voldemort, but he looked wrong. He was twisted, spectral, and behind him was the faint outline of a massive, multi-headed serpent. The Azure of Vritra, Hari recognized the shape from his lessons. The drought demon. The enemy of Indra. A fragment of Vritra, Shiva explained. When this wizard, Voldemort, tried to cheat death, he shattered his soul. One of those shards drifted into the lower astral planes. It found the dormant essence of Vritra. They merged. Hari felt a chill that had nothing to do with the snow. So, Voldemort isn't just a wizard anymore. He is a hybrid, Kartikeya spoke up, leaning on his spear. A lich with the hunger of an Azura. He wants to consume the world's prana to rebuild his body. If he succeeds, he won't just kill muggles. He will storm the gates of Swarga. And because of the ancient pacts, Nandi grumbled, the gods cannot descend to earth to fight a mortal, even a mutated one. Loophole. So you need a loophole of your own, Hari realized. He pointed at himself. Me. You are the bridge, Shiva said. You have the blood of a wizard, giving you access to their world and their magic. But you have the training of Kailash, giving you the power to crush the Azura. Shiva reached out and touched the scar on Hari's forehead. This scar marks you. It is a link. The Azura can sense you. He will come for you. Let him come, Hari said, his voice hard. I'll mount his head on my wall. He will be stronger than Janta, Shiva warned. He will use treachery. He will use fear. You must be smarter. You must learn their ways. Shiva pulled a wooden box from thin air. He slid it across the ice to Hari. A going-away present. Hari opened the box. Inside was a bracelet. It looked like silver, carved with Sanskrit mantras, with a single, small Rudraksh bead in the center. It is a limiter, Shiva said. A limiter? Hari frowned. You want to make me weaker? The gravity on Earth is 1/3 of what you are used to, Shiva explained. The air is thick. If you sneeze too hard down there, you might blow a building down. If you high-five someone, you'll shatter their hand. This bracelet will bind your strength to human levels. Hari put it on. He felt a sudden heaviness, a dampening of his internal fire. He felt small. I hate it, Hari said. You can take it off, Shiva said. But only when necessary. Only when you invoke the Rudra. Consider it a safety on a gun. Hari touched the bracelet. He understood. He couldn't go to Hogwarts walking like a god. He had to blend in. At least a little bit. When do I leave? Hari asked. Now, Shiva said. The train leaves tomorrow morning from London. King's Cross Station. Hari stood up. He looked at Nandi. He looked at Kartikeya. He looked at the frozen peaks he had called home for 10 years. Will I come back? This is your home, Shiva said. Kailash is not a place, it is a state of being. Wherever you destroy ignorance, wherever you protect the weak, that is Kailash. Shiva stood and pulled Hari into a hug. It was rare. It was warm. It smelled of ash and galaxies. Make me proud, son, Shiva whispered. And try not to destroy this school. I hear the insurance premiums are high. Hari pulled back, grinning. The sadness was gone, replaced by purpose. I'll try, Dad. But if anyone tries to bully me, then send them to me, Shiva winked. I need new sparring partners. The next MRNNGLOCATON, London, King's Cross Station. The transition was jarring. One moment, silence and snow. The next, diesel fumes, screaming children, and the chaotic hustle of 1991 London. Hari stood on the platform between 9 and 10. He was wearing jeans, combat boots, he finally caved, and a black leather jacket Nandi had acquired from a thrift shop. He had his trunk in one hand, lifted effortlessly despite the limiter, and Hedwig's cage in the other. Nandi was there, back in his trench coat disguise. Remember, Nandi said, checking a list. Platform 9 3/4. Run at the wall. Run at the wall, Hari repeated. Wizards are insane. Says the boy who jumps off cliffs for fun, Nandi muttered. Here. Nandi handed him a sack lunch. Parathas. Spicy. Don't let the British kids eat them, they'll die. Thanks, bye. Go, Nandi shoved him gently. And Hari? If the Dementors come. I know, Hari touched his chest. Inner fire. Hari turned to the brick barrier between platforms. He saw a red-headed family running through it one by one. Weasleys, he noted. They look chaotic. Hari adjusted his grip on the trunk. He took a deep breath of the polluted London air. Here we go. Operation, hog-tie the wizarding world. He didn't run. He walked. Calmly, with purpose. He stepped toward the solid brick wall, not flinching, not doubting. The world dissolved into darkness for a split second, and then reassembled itself into steam, scarlet iron, and magic. A scarlet steam engine was waiting. The Hogwarts Express. Hundreds of witches and wizards were saying goodbye to their parents. Magic was everywhere, levitating trunks, changing colors, sparks flying. But to Hari, it all looked thin. The magic here was surface level. It was flashy, like Janta's lightning. It wasn't the deep, bone-vibrating power of the mountains. He stepped onto the platform. The crowd seemed to unconsciously part around him. Even with the limiter bracelet on, he moved differently. He didn't scamper or shuffle. He stalked. He found an empty compartment at the end of the train. He shoved his trunk into the overhead rack with one hand, sat down, and put his feet up on the opposite seat. He pulled out his wand, the holly and phoenix feather one that still felt like it wanted to bite him. He twirled it in his fingers like a drumstick. Let's see what you've got, mortal world, Hari whispered. The train whistle blew. A high, shrieking sound. Hari smiled. The hunt was on. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Wizard Who Punched a Troll. The Hogwarts Express was loud. Not the good kind of loud, like the tectonic grinding of glaciers on Kailash or the roar of a gun war drum circle. It was a tinny, high-pitched, screeching kind of loud. Steam hissed, metal clanked, and hundreds of children were screaming goodbye to their parents like they were being shipped off to a war zone instead of a boarding school. Hari sat in the corner of his compartment, his boots up on the velvet seat opposite him. He was trying to meditate, but the vibrations of the train were all wrong. They were mechanical, rhythmic but soulless. It was annoying. He cracked one eye open. Opposite him, a red-headed boy was staring at him. The kid had dirt on his nose and looked like he was vibrating with anxiety. You're him," the redhead whispered. Hari sighed. He dropped his legs and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The motion made the leather jacket Nandi bought him creak. "I'm Hari," he said. "Who are you? And why are you staring at my forehead?" "Ron Weasley," the boy stammered. "And, well, you have the scar. You're Harry Potter." "Hari," he corrected. "Just Hari. Potter sounds like someone who makes flower pots." "I break things. I don't make them." Ron blinked, clearly confused. "But you know who. You survived." Hari tapped the lightning bolt scar. It felt dormant right now, just a low-level itch, like a mosquito bite that wouldn't heal. "The Snake Man?" "Yeah. He tried to kill me. My dad says he messed up the math." "Your dad?" Ron looked even more confused. "But your parents are dead." "I know." Hari reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a strip of dried yak jerky that Nandi had packed. He tore off a piece with his teeth. It was tough enough to serve as boot leather. "I was adopted by a guy who lives on a mountain. Want some?" He held out the jerky. Ron looked at the unrecognizable, dark meat and shook his head quickly. "No thanks. I have corned beef." Ron pulled out a squashed sandwich. He looked miserable about it. Hari chewed thoughtfully. This boy, Ron, had a bright orange aura. It was warm, fiercely loyal, but riddled with insecurity. The kid felt overshadowed, like a small tree trying to grow under a massive canopy. "You have brothers," Hari stated. It wasn't a question. Ron's jaw dropped. "How did you know?" "Your energy is crowded," Hari said, swallowing the jerky. "You're used to fighting for space. Food, attention, air. It makes you scrappy." "I like scrappy." Before Ron could respond, the compartment door slid open. It was the gray boy again. Draco Malfoy. He had two hulking boys behind him who looked like they were carved out of dough, big, soft, and probably sticky. "So it's true," Draco sneered, stepping into the compartment. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Hari didn't stand up. He just looked at Draco's shoes. They were polished leather, expensive, and completely impractical for running. "Hello, gray boy," Hari said. "Who are the bodyguards? They look slow." Crabbe and Goyle grunted, cracking their knuckles. Hari found it adorable. They thought cracking knuckles was intimidating. In Kailash, intimidation was when Nandi ate a boulder while maintaining eye contact. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Draco said, puffing out his chest. "And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron snickered. Draco whipped his head around. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." Draco turned back to Hari. "You'll find out soon enough that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand. Hari looked at the hand. It was pale, uncalloused. It had never held a spear. It had never gripped a cliff edge while freezing wind tried to rip you off the mountain. "You think you're the right sort?" Hari asked, amused. "Obviously," Draco drawled. "Pure blood. Old money. Power." Hari laughed. It was a sharp, barking sound. Power. Hari stood up. The compartment suddenly felt very small. Hari wasn't huge, he was 11, after all, but his presence filled the room like gas. The air pressure seemed to drop. The limiter bracelet on his wrist hummed. He stepped close to Draco. He didn't touch him. He just leaned in. You have no power, Draco, Hari whispered. You have influence. There's a difference. Influence is borrowing someone else's strength. Power is what you have when you're naked in the snow and something is trying to eat you. Draco took a step back, his pale face turning a shade whiter. My father. Your father isn't here, Hari grinned, and his eyes flashed with that inner, blue light. Just us chickens. Now, run along. Your aura is giving me a headache. It's too whiny. Draco spluttered, tried to think of a comeback, failed, and signaled his goons to retreat. They scrambled out of the door like startled rats. Hari sat back down and kicked his feet up again. Ron was staring at him with wide eyes. That was bloody brilliant. You just stared him down. He's prey, Hari shrugged. Prey always runs when the predator stops smiling. The stop and the cold hours later, the sun had gone down. The train was rattling through the Scottish countryside. The windows were black. Hari was bored out of his mind. He had bought a chocolate frog which had hopped out the window immediately. He considered chasing it, but the train was moving too fast for a casual jump. Then, the train jerked. It didn't slow down smoothly. It slammed on the brakes. Luggage fell from the racks. Ron face-planted into the window. What's happening? Ron yelped. The lights went out. The temperature plummeted. Hari sat up straight. The casual slouch vanished instantly. His instincts, honed in the death zones of the Himalayas, screamed one word, threat. Ice began to creep across the window pane. It wasn't just cold, it was an unnatural, spiritual freeze. It felt like the air itself was dying. There's something on the train, Hari said quietly. Probably just a breakdown, Ron shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. Or a prank. No, Hari reached into his boot and pulled out a small, jagged dagger made of celestial obsidian. He didn't trust the wand yet. This is Preda energy. Hungry ghosts. The compartment door slid open. Standing there was a cloaked figure. It towered to the ceiling. Its cloak was tattered, looking like it was made of shadows and funeral shrouds. It had no face, just a gaping black hole of a mouth that sucked the air in with a rattling, wheezing sound. A dementor. Ron let out a strangled squeak and curled into a ball. Hari felt the effects immediately. The happiness was being drained from the room. The memory of Nandi laughing, the taste of cold water, the warmth of the sun, it was all being sucked into that void. In its place, the screams came. Hari heard a woman screaming. Lily. His mother. He heard the high-pitched laugh of the snake man. Most people would freeze. Most people would cry. Hari got angry. How dare this thing? How dare this parasite come here and try to eat his memories? These were his memories. He earned them. The Rudra, the storm anger, ignited in his gut. The Dementor stepped into the room. Its rotting, scabbed hand reached for Hari. Hari didn't back away. He stood up. Hey! Hari shouted. The Dementor paused. It wasn't used to lunch talking back. You're ugly, Hari snarled. And you smell like a wet dog. The Dementor hissed and swooped down, trying to initiate the kiss. Hari didn't use a spell. He didn't know the Patronus charm. He didn't need a silver animal to fight for him. He focused on his breath. Prana. The life force. He inhaled deeply, pulling the freezing air into his lungs, heating it with his internal furnace until it felt like lava. He stepped forward and placed his palm squarely on the Dementor's chest, or where a chest should be. Get lost. He didn't just shout it. He pushed his will into the creature. He channeled the raw, destructive energy of Shiva, the vibration that unmakes reality. Boom! A shockwave of golden light erupted from Hari's palm. The Dementor shrieked. It sounded like metal tearing. The creature was blasted backward, flying out of the compartment, smashing into the opposite wall of the corridor. Its cloak was smoking. It scrambled up, terrified, and fled down the hallway. The lights flickered back on. In the corner of the compartment, a man who had been sleeping under a coat sat up. He looked ragged, tired, and scarred. Remus Lupin. Lupin stared at Hari, his mouth slightly open. He held a bar of chocolate in his hand, half unwrapped. That was. Lupin blinked. That was not a Patronus. Hari wiped his hand on his jeans. It was a shove. Thing had no balance. You touched a Dementor, Lupin said, sounding faint. With your bare hand. And it burned. It was trying to steal my stuff, Hari said defensively. I hate thieves. Lupin looked at Hari's scar. Recognition dawned on his face. Hari. Hari, he corrected automatically. You gonna eat that chocolate? I think the ginger kid needs it. He looks like he's about to faint. Ron was indeed pale green, trembling on the floor. Lupin handed the chocolate to Ron. He looked at Hari with a mixture of awe and profound concern. You are, very different from James. Never met him, Hari said, sitting back down and crossing his arms. But if he let those things push him around, then yeah. I'm different. The Black Lake and the castle. The arrival at Hogsmeade Station was chaotic. Rain lashed down, freezing and relentless. To Hari, it felt like a mild spring shower compared to the blizzards of home. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. A giant of a man was swinging a lantern. Hagrid. Hari walked up to him. He had to look up. He liked that. You're big, Hari said, standing in front of Hagrid. Hagrid looked down. And you're Harry Potter. Hari. Right, right. Hari. Into the boats, then. No pushin', dot. Hari climbed into a small wooden boat with Ron, a bushy-haired girl named Hermione, and a nervous boy named Neville. It's unsafe, Hermione was muttering. These boats have no railings. Statistically, magical transportation has a higher accident rate than. Relax, Hari said. If you fall in, just swim. In this temperature? Hermione looked scandalized. Hypothermia would set in within 3 minutes. Only if you agree to be cold, Hari said. Hermione opened her mouth to argue the physics of thermodynamics, but the boats lurched forward. They glided across the black water. The castle of Hogwarts loomed ahead. It was impressive, Hari had to admit. It looked old. It looked like it had grown out of the rock rather than been built. Suddenly, the water rippled next to their boat. A massive tentacle, thick as a tree trunk, broke the surface. The giant squid. Neville screamed. The tentacle reached for the edge of the boat, perhaps just curious, perhaps playful. Hari didn't panic. He leaned over the side and slapped the tentacle. Smack. Down, Hari commanded. Bad calamari. The tentacle paused, waved confusingly, and sank back into the depths. Hermione stared at him. Did you just discipline a giant squid? It has no manners, Hari shrugged. You don't grab people's boats without asking. They reached the underground harbor. Hari hopped out before the boat even touched the dock, landing lightly on the wet stones. He looked up at the stone stairs. He could feel the magic of the castle. It was deep, ancient, and slightly sentient. It felt welcoming. Finally, Harry thought. A place that isn't made of cardboard. The Sorting Hat's nightmare. The Great Hall was magnificent. Floating candles. A ceiling that mirrored the night sky. For long tables packed with students. Harry walked in with the first years. He ignored the whispers. That's him. Look at the scar. Why is he wearing a leather jacket? Is that a spear on his back? It was actually his wand, tucked into his belt, but he walked like he was carrying a spear. He scanned the high table. Dumbledore sat in the center. The old man radiated power, but it felt constrained. Like a star wrapped in chains. Dumbledore caught Harry's eye and twinkled. Harry didn't twinkle back. He nodded, a warrior acknowledging a general. Then there was a man in black robes with greasy hair. Snape. Snape looked at Harry with pure loathing. Harry looked back with curiosity. He hates me, Harry analyzed. Why? He doesn't know me. He hates the idea of me. Interesting. His aura is jagged. Purple and black. Lots of regret. Professor McGonagall placed a battered old hat on a stool. The hat sang a song. It was a decent song, catchy, but a bit long. Then the sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. Dash Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan. Dash Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry. Dashed Ravenclaw. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl ran up. The hat sat on her head for a long time. Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. The hat barely touched his hair. Slytherin. Draco smirked and swaggered to the table. Finally. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Even the ghost stopped floating. Harry walked up to the stool. He sat down. He looked at the crowd. He saw expectation. They wanted a hero. They wanted a savior. Too bad, Harry thought. They're getting me. McGonagall dropped the hat over his eyes. Darkness. A small voice said in his ear. Interesting. Very interesting. Hello, Harry thought. You're inside my head. I am, the hat replied. And what a head it is. There's plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. But, oh my. The hat paused. It seemed to recoil. What is this? This, heat. That's the Rudra, Harry thought. Don't touch it. You'll burn. I see, ambition, the hat whispered, sounding nervous. A desire to prove yourself. A thirst to destroy the obstacles in your path. You don't just want to win, you want to dominate. You want to reshape the world because you think it's broken. It is broken, Harry replied. Have you seen the government? They let soul-sucking demons guard a school. That's bad management. You have a warrior's heart, the hat mused. Gryffindor would suit your bravery. But, you don't care about glory. You care about the result. You are ruthless. I do what is necessary, Harry thought. Yes, just like Salazar. You seek power. Not for status, but for strength. You want to be the storm. Put me where the fighters are, Harry demanded. Put me where I can sharpen my teeth. There is only one place for a connection like yours to the divine destruction, the hat shouted aloud, its brim wide. Slytherin. Silence. Absolute, dead silence. The boy who lived. In Slytherin. The Gryffindor table looked devastated. The Weasley twins looked like someone had cancelled Christmas. The Slytherin table looked confused. Draco Malfoy's jaw was in his lap. He had just been mocking Harry, and now, he was one of them. Harry took the hat off. He handed it to a stunned McGonagall. Thanks for the chat, Harry said. He walked over to the Slytherin table. He didn't look down. He sat down in an empty spot right across from Draco. Scoot over, Harry said to Crabbe. Crabbe scooted. You don't argue with a guy who smells like ozone and tiger musk. You. Draco whispered. You're a Slytherin. Apparently, Harry grabbed a bread roll. Pass the butter, Malfoy. Draco passed the butter. He looked like his brain was rebooting. But, you're Potter, Draco whispered. You're supposed to be a goody two-shoes Gryffindor. I guess the hat thinks I have potential, Harry buttered his roll aggressively. So. Are you going to keep staring, or are you going to tell me which of these professors is the one I should avoid? A girl next to him giggled. She had high cheekbones and ice-blue eyes. Daphne Greengrass. You're not what we expected, Potter, she said smoothly. Harry, he corrected, biting into the roll. And good. Expectations are boring. The feast and the first test. The feast appeared. The food was good, though a bit heavy on the grease. Harry stuck to the roast chicken, stripping the meat off the bones with surgical precision. He felt eyes on him. Specifically, from the head table. Quirrell. The man in the turban. Harry looked up. Quirrell was talking to Snape, but his eyes were darting toward Harry. There, Harry thought. The smell. It was faint, masked by the smell of garlic and roast beef, but Harry could smell it. The rotting soul stench. The same smell that was on the doorstep 11 years ago. The parasite is here, Harry realized. Inside the turban man. His scar gave a sharp throb. Harry ignored it. He took a sip of pumpkin juice. So, Harry said to the table at large. Who's the guy in the turban? Professor Quirrell, Daphne answered. Defense against the dark arts. He's a bit twitchy. He smells like a corpse, Harry said bluntly. The Slytherin stared at him. Metaphorically. A boy named Blaise Zabini asked. No. Literally. Like dead things and old snakes. Harry narrowed his eyes. I don't like him. Suddenly, the doors to the great hall banged open. Quirrell came sprinting in. He looked terrified. His turban was askew. Troll, he screamed, his voice cracking. Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. Pandemonium. Students screamed. Dumbledore stood up. Silence. The hall froze. Prefects, Dumbledore ordered. Lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. The Slytherin prefect, a pompous boy named Gemma Farley, stood up. Slytherins. Follow me. To the dungeons. Harry stood up. He grabbed Daphne's arm. Wait, Harry said. Did he just say the troll is in the dungeon? Yes, Daphne said, looking pale. And our dorms are in the dungeon? Yes. So the old wizard is sending us directly toward the monster? Harry asked, incredulous. Is he senile? Or does he just hate snakes? Daphne's eyes widened. I didn't think of that. Logic isn't a strong suit in this castle, Harry muttered. He let go of her arm. You guys wait here. Or go to the library. Don't go down there. Where are you going? Draco demanded, looking terrified. Harry cracked his knuckles. He rolled his neck. The limiter bracelet felt hot. I'm going to go have a chat with the troll, Harry said. I need to work off this dinner. He didn't wait for permission. He vaulted over the table. Potter. Get back in line. Percy Weasley shouted from across the hall. Harry ignored him. He sprinted out the side door, moving faster than any 11-year-old had a right to move. The bathroom brawl. Harry tracked the smell. Trolls smelled like unwashed socks and swamp gas. It wasn't hard to find. He wasn't in the dungeon yet. The troll had wandered up. It was on the first floor. He heard smashing. Wood splintering. And a scream. Hermione. Harry drifted around the corner. The girls' bathroom door was smashed in. Inside, a mountain troll, 12 feet of stupid, grey muscle, was destroying the stalls with a giant wooden club. Hermione was cowering under the sinks, paralyzed with fear. The troll raised the club. Harry didn't have time for a plan. He didn't have his trident. He had his wand, but he didn't know any spells that could stop a troll. Fine, Harry thought. Hand to hand it is. He ran into the room. Hey! Ugly! The troll turned. It blinked its small, beady eyes. Harry picked up a piece of broken porcelain from a sink. He infused it with a tiny bit of prana and threw it. Fastball. The porcelain shard hit the troll right in the eye. The troll roared in pain, dropping the club to clutch its face. Run, Granger! Harry shouted. Hermione scrambled out from under the sinks. It's a troll. You can't fight a troll. Watch me, Harry gritted his teeth. The troll recovered. It was mad now. It grabbed the club and swung it at Harry. The swing was powerful enough to take a head off. Harry ducked. The wind of the swing ruffled his hair. He stepped inside the guard. To fight a giant, you don't box. You dismantle. Harry slammed his fist into the troll's kneecap. He focused the impact point. Shatter. There was a loud crack. The troll howled and buckled, dropping to one knee. Now Harry was level with its chest. He jumped. He grabbed the troll's leather loincloth and hauled himself up, scrambling onto its back like a monkey. The troll thrashed, trying to grab him. Harry wrapped his arm around the troll's thick neck. A chokehold. Go to sleep. Harry yelled, squeezing. He wasn't just squeezing the windpipe, he was pinching the carotid arteries. The troll flailed. It slammed back against the wall, trying to crush Harry. Harry groaned as the stone wall hit his back, but he didn't let go. His bones were denser than normal humans. He took the hit. Nandi hits harder than you. Harry taunted the semi-conscious monster. He squeezed harder. His biceps bulged, tearing the sleeve of his t-shirt. The troll's arms went limp. The club fell with a thud. The massive creature slumped forward, unconscious. Harry rolled off, landing on his feet. He was panting slightly. He brushed dust off his jacket. Hermione was staring at him. Her mouth was opening and closing like a goldfish. You. She squeaked. You choked out a troll. It had bad technique, Harry said, rubbing his bruised shoulder. Too much upper body, no footwork. Footsteps thundered down the hall. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room. They stopped. They saw the wrecked bathroom. They saw the unconscious troll. They saw Hermione shaking in the corner. And they saw Harry, leaning against a sink, picking a splinter out of his knuckle. Mr. Potter. McGonagall gasped. What happened? It tried to smash the girl, Harry pointed at Hermione. I applied a sleeper hold. It's napping now. Snape walked over to the troll. He examined the kneecap. He looked at the massive bruise forming on the troll's neck. He looked at Harry. His eyes narrowed, calculating. 5 points. Snape started, his voice silky and dangerous. Harry braced himself. To Slytherin, Snape finished. For sheer audacity. Harry blinked. Did Snape just give me points? However, McGonagall interrupted, looking stern. You recklessly endangered yourself. Dealing with a mountain troll requires advanced magic, not, whatever this was. It was effective, Harry argued. It was barbaric, McGonagall sniffed. But brave. Miss Granger, are you hurt? No, Hermione whispered. She looked at Harry. Harry saved me. She didn't say, Harry Potter. She said, Harry. Harry gave her a small nod. Quirrell was staring at the troll. Then he looked at Harry. He looked terrified. Not of the troll. Of the boy who could wrestle one. We should go, Snape said, sweeping his cape. The feast is continuing in the dorms. Harry walked past Snape. Mr. Potter, Snape whispered. Harry stopped. People will think you are a hero, Snape sneered. I don't care what people think, Harry replied calmly. I just don't like bullies. Big ones or small ones. He looked pointedly at Snape. Snape's lip curled, but he didn't say anything. Harry walked out of the bathroom, followed by a bewildered Hermione. As they walked down the corridor, Hermione tugged on his sleeve. Thank you, she said softly. You're welcome, Harry said. But next time. Don't hide under a sink. Finds a weapon. Even a toothbrush is dangerous if you aim for the eye. Hermione looked horrified, but then, a small smile cracked her face. I'll keep that in mind. Harry grinned. He had survived the train. He had survived the hat. He had choked a troll. First day, Harry thought. Not bad. But I'm going to need more protein if this keeps up. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 5, The Forbidden Forest is just a petting zoo. The problem with detention at Hogwarts wasn't the punishment itself. It was the inefficiency. Harry sat in Filch's office, balancing a chair on its hind legs while the caretaker wheezed around searching for forms. The office smelled like mothballs and despair. It was a small, cramped room that felt like a coffin for joy. You think it's funny, do you? Filch snarled, his face twisting into a map of malice. Wrestling the giant squid? Disturbing the ecosystem? He started it, Harry said, staring at a pair of rusted manacles hanging on the wall. And we weren't wrestling. I was teaching him a half Nelson. He has poor flexibility for an invertebrate. Don't get smart with me, boy. Filch slammed a piece of parchment onto the desk. In the old days, we'd have you strung up by your thumbs in the dungeons. Let you rot until you learned respect. Harry looked at Filch. Really looked at him. The man's aura was a muddy, frantic brown. He wasn't evil, he was just powerless and bitter about it. A squib living in a world of magic. It was a special kind of torture. Thumbs are structural weak points, Harry noted casually. If you hang someone by them, you dislocate the metacarpal joint. It's messy. You'd be better off using the ankles. Filch choked. He stared at the 11-year-old who was discussing torture methods with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather. Get out, Filch whispered, pointing a shaking finger at the door. Hagrid is waiting. God help you. Harry dropped the chair back onto 4 legs. Thanks for the chat, Argus. You should drink more water. Your skin is dry. He walked out into the corridor, leaving a confused and terrified caretaker behind him. The detention squad. The entrance hall was cold. It was night, and the moon was high. Waiting by the doors were the other criminals of the evening. Draco Malfoy looked like he was about to attend his own funeral. He was wearing a cloak that cost more than a car, but he was shivering so hard the fabric was vibrating. Next to him stood Hermione Granger, who looked like she was trying to mentally calculate the probability of survival and coming up with a negative number. And then there was Neville Longbottom, who was just trying to breathe. You're late, Draco snapped, though his voice cracked. My father will hear about this. Servant work. It's barbaric. Relax, Grey boy, Harry said, zipping up his leather jacket. We're just going for a walk. Fresh air builds character. In the forbidden forest? Draco squeaked. It's forbidden for a reason, Potter. There are werewolves. And, things. Werewolves are just dogs with anger issues, Hari shrugged. And that things usually leave you alone if you don't act like food. You're currently acting like a buffet. The heavy oak doors creaked open. Hagrid stood there, holding a massive crossbow and looking grim. Beside him was Fawn, a boarhound who looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Right then, Hagrid grunted. Follow me. Keep your wits about ya. They marched down the wet grass toward the tree line. The forbidden forest loomed ahead. It was a wall of black trees, ancient and tangled. A low mist clung to the roots. To the average student, it was a nightmare. To Hari, it felt like a hug. He took a deep breath. The air here was different. It was thick with prana, wild, untamed energy. The castle was sterile, regulated by wards and rules. The forest was alive. It breathed. It watched. Finally, Hari muttered, cracking his neck. Real nature. He stopped walking and bent down. What are you doing? Hermione hissed. Taking off my boots, Hari said, unlacing the heavy combat boots Nandi had bought him. You can't feel the earth through rubber. You'll step on a thorn. Neville warned. Thorns break against my skin, Hari said, kicking the boots aside and wiggling his toes in the cold mud. Ah. Much better. Hagrid looked back, bewildered. Hari, put your boots on. There's sharp stones in there. I'm good, Hagrid. Let's hunt. Hagrid shook his head, muttering something about wild blood, and led them into the trees. Into the dark the forest was silent. Not the empty silence of a room, but the tense silence of a predator holding its breath. They walked for 20 minutes. The canopy was so thick it blocked out the stars. Hagrid's lantern was the only source of light, casting long, dancing shadows that looked like grasping claws. Here's the deal, Hagrid said, stopping near a fork in the path. He pointed to a puddle of silver liquid on the ground. It glowed with a sickly, pearlescent light. Unicorn blood, Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. There's a unicorn in their bin, hurt bad by something. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. Hari knelt by the blood. He didn't touch it. He hovered his hand over it, feeling the residual energy. It felt cold. Violating. Whatever did this wasn't hungry for meat, Hari said quietly. It was thirsty for life. This feels like despair. Hagrid nodded grimly. We gotta find the poor beast. Put it out of its misery if we have to. Or save it if we can. We're splitting up, Hagrid announced. Splitting up? Draco shrieked. Are you mad? This isn't a field trip. If you stick together, you make too much noise, Hari said, standing up. I'll take the grey boy. Hagrid, you take Hermione and Neville. I'm not going with you. Draco argued. You're crazy. You're barefoot. And you're loud, Hari countered. Come on. If something attacks us, I promise to use you as a shield only as a last resort. That's not comforting. Whatever, Hari grabbed Draco's expensive cloak and hauled him down the right-hand path. Fawn, come with us. You look like you need emotional support. The boarhound whined but trotted after Hari. They walked deeper into the woods. The trees got thicker. The roots grew larger, twisting like petrified snakes. Draco was hyperventilating. Every twig snap made him jump. Shut up, Hari said, not unkindly. Your heart is beating so loud it's annoying the owls. I can't help it. Draco whispered furiously. Do you know what lives in here? Yes. Creatures. Most of them are just trying to survive, Hari said. He stopped. He closed his eyes. He extended his senses. In Kailash, he had to track snow leopards in a blizzard. This was easy mode. He could hear the heartbeat of a fox 300 yards away. He could smell the sap moving in the trees. There's something big moving to our left, Hari noted. 4 legs. Hooves. Carrying a bow. A centaur? Draco asked. Let's say hello. Hari veered off the path, pushing through a patch of stinging nettles. The nettles tried to sting his legs, but his skin was toughened by years of celestial exposure. They just brushed against him harmlessly. They broke into a small clearing. Standing there was a creature from myth. Human from the waist up, horse from the waist down. He had long, white blonde hair and eyes that looked like blue glass. He held a longbow, an arrow nocked but not drawn. Mars is bright tonight, the centaur said. His voice was deep, echoing. Yeah, it's a planet. It reflects sunlight, Hari said, stepping into the clearing. I'm looking for a hurt unicorn. You seen anything? The centaur looked down at Hari. He took in the wild hair, the bare feet, the scar. His eyes widened. The foal of the stars, the centaur murmured. And the son of the destroyer. Draco gasped. He knows you. We haven't met, Hari said. I'm Hari. This is Draco. He's scared of leaves. I am Ronan, the centaur said. He lowered the bow. The forest is not safe tonight, son of Shiva. There is a shadow wandering. An abomination. Yeah, we saw the blood, Hari said. Which way? Ronan looked up at the sky again. Mars is bright. It signifies war. Innocent blood will be spilled. Hari groaned. Why does everyone in this country speak in riddles? Just point a finger, horseman. Suddenly, the bushes crashed open on the other side of the clearing. Another centaur burst out. This one was black-haired, wilder, and looked angry. Bane. Ronan. Bane shouted. What are you doing? Dealing with humans. Foals. This is no ordinary human, Bane, Ronan said calmly. Bane reared up, his front hooves pawing the air. He glared at Hari. You trespass in our woods. Go back to your stone castle. We do not servant to wizards. Hari looked at Bane's hooves. They were heavy. Iron-shod. A kick from those would shatter a normal ribcage. Hari stepped forward. I'm not a wizard, Hari said. He spoke in Sanskrit now, the mother tongue of the ancient spirits. I am a guest of the earth. And you are being rude. Bane froze. The ancient language hit him like a physical blow. He stared at the small boy. You speak the tongue of roots? Bane asked, switching to a rougher, older dialect. I speak many things, Hari replied in English. Now. The unicorn. Where is it? Bane snorted, pawing the ground. He didn't like being ordered around, but he respected strength. And he could smell the ozone and ash on Hari. This boy smelled like a storm that was waiting to break. North, Bane pointed with his bow. Past the knotgrass ridge. But you are too late. The light has already faded. Thanks, Hari said. Come on, Draco. Fong, stop peeing on the tree. Hari walked past the centaurs. As he passed Bane, he paused. Nice flank muscles, Hari commented. You've been doing hill sprints. Bane looked completely baffled. Hari slapped the centaur on the rear flank, a friendly, firm pat, and kept walking. Draco looked like he was going to pass out. You just slapped a centaur. He was tense, Hari said. The feast of the damned. The air grew colder the further north they went. The mist turned from white to a sickly gray. Hari stopped joking. His face hardened. The Rudra energy in his gut began to swirl. It was reacting to an external threat. The parasite was close. Stay close, Hari ordered Draco. His voice was no longer the casual, teasing tone. It was the voice of a commanding officer. Draco didn't argue. He grabbed the back of Hari's jacket. They found the clearing. It was a beautiful spot, or it would have been. Ancient oaks formed a natural cathedral. But in the center, lying on the moss, was a creature of blinding white light. The unicorn was dead. Its legs were splayed at odd angles. Its eyes were glassy. And crouching over it was a hooded figure. The figure was drinking. It was lapping at the silver blood pooling from the unicorn's neck, making wet, slurping sounds that echoed in the silence. Draco let out a high-pitched scream. It was involuntary, a primal reaction to seeing something so wrong. The figure stopped drinking. It raised its head. Silver blood dripped from its cowl. It turned slowly to face them. And then, it moved. It didn't walk. It glided, like a snake slithering over the grass. It came right for them. Draco screamed again and bolted. Run, Potter. Fong howled and fled, leaving a dust trail. Hari didn't run. He stood his ground. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart. He felt the fear, it was a cold spike in his chest, but he pushed it down into the furnace. Fear is fuel. The hooded figure stopped 5 feet away. A raspy, hissing voice emerged from the darkness. Harry. Potter. The scar on Hari's forehead exploded with pain. It felt like someone had driven a red-hot nail into his skull. Hari grunted, dropping to one knee. He clutched his forehead. The boy. The figure hissed. So full of life, so full of him. The figure raised a hand. A wand slid out of the sleeve. Avada. Hari's eyes snapped open. They weren't green anymore. They were glowing blue, cutting through the darkness like headlights. Shut up. Hari launched himself from the kneeling position. He didn't use a spell. He didn't have time to draw his wand. He used the pounce of the tiger. He closed the 5-foot gap in a fraction of a second. He got inside the figure's guard, under the wand arm. Surya strike. Hari drove his right fist into the figure's chest. But he didn't just punch. At the moment of impact, he released a burst of stored solar energy, the heat of the sun collected during his meditations on the peaks. Boom. There was a flash of golden light. His fist connected with something solid beneath the cloak, but it felt wrong. It felt like punching cold jelly wrapped in leather. The figure shrieked. It wasn't a human scream. It was a dual-layered sound, a man's cry of pain overlaid with the hiss of a giant reptile. The cloak caught fire. Not real fire, but spiritual fire. The golden energy sizzled against the darkness. The figure was blasted backward, tumbling over the roots. It slammed into a tree trunk. Hari landed on his feet, shaking his hand. His knuckles were smoking. You taste like rot, Hari spat, wiping his hand on his pants. What are you? You're not a ghost. The figure struggled up. It seemed to be glitching, its form wavering between a man and a serpent. You. The voice was filled with shock. You touched me. You carry the fire of the mountain. I carry a lot of things, Hari said, advancing. Right now, I'm carrying a detention slip and a bad mood. Get away from the horse. The figure hissed. It raised the wand again. Crucio. A beam of red light shot out. Hari dodged. He twisted his body sideways, the red light singeing the edge of his leather jacket. Too slow. Hari taunted. He picked up a heavy rock from the ground. He infused the rock with prana. It started to hum. Catch. He threw the rock. It flew like a cannonball. The figure deflected it with a hasty shield charm, but the impact shattered the shield and knocked the figure back again. This wasn't a wizard duel. This was a brawl. And the figure, weak, relying on unicorn blood to sustain a temporary form, wasn't ready for physical aggression. Wizards didn't throw rocks. Wizards stood still and waved sticks. "Who are you?" Hari demanded, picking up a fallen branch and snapping it into a spear-length staff. "Show your face." The figure laughed. It was a high, cold sound. "We shall meet again, son of Shiva. When I am whole, your fire will be mine." The figure dissolved into black smoke. It swirled into the air, screaming one last time, and flew away over the treetops. Hari stood alone in the clearing. The silence rushed back in. He dropped the branch. His head was pounding. The scar was burning so badly his vision was swimming. He walked over to the unicorn. The beautiful creature was dead. Its eyes stared at nothing. Hari knelt. He placed a hand on the unicorn's neck. "Sorry, beautiful," Hari whispered. "I was too late." He felt a vibration in the ground. Hoofbeats. Firenze galloped into the clearing. He was a Palomino centaur, looking wild and worried. He saw Hari kneeling by the unicorn. He saw the scorch marks on the tree where Hari had blasted the figure. "Harry Potter," Firenze said, his chest heaving. "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Hari said, standing up. He swayed slightly. "Just a headache." The hooded guy, he ran away. Firenze looked at the tree. "You fought him?" "I punched him," Hari corrected. He didn't like it. Firenze looked at Hari with a mixture of awe and terror. "Do you know what that was, boy? Do you know what drinks the blood of a unicorn?" "A parasite," Hari said. "Something that wants to live but doesn't deserve to." "That was Voldemort," Firenze said gravely. Hari looked at the spot where the smoke had vanished. "I know," Hari said. "He smells like the thing inside my head." Firenze lowered himself. "Climb on my back. I will take you to Hagrid. The forest is not safe for you tonight. The stars have changed. The hunter has become the hunted." Hari climbed onto the centaur's back. He felt heavy. The limiter bracelet on his wrist was hot to the touch. He had pushed too much power through it. "He called me son of Shiva," Hari murmured as they trotted away. "He knows. The spirits talk," Firenze said. "And that thing, it has ears in the dark places." The aftermath. Hagrid was frantic. When Firenze trotted out of the trees with Hari on his back, the giant man looked like he was about to cry. "Hari. I heard screams. Draco said yeah, we're eaten." Draco was huddled by Fong, looking traumatized. He looked up when Hari arrived. "You're alive?" Draco whispered. "Disappointed?" Hari slid off the centaur. "No," Draco said, and he sounded honest. I thought that thing got you." "It tried," Hari said. He looked at Hagrid. "The unicorn is dead, Hagrid." "Sorry." Hagrid wiped a massive tear from his eye. "Poor thing. Did ya see who did it?" "A shade," Hari said. "He didn't say Voldemort. Not in front of Draco and Neville. Some dark magic ghost. I scared it off." "You scared off a wraith?" Neville squeaked. "I have a very intense personality," Hari said. He turned to Firenze. "Thanks for the lift, Ponyman." Firenze bowed his head. "Good luck, Harry Potter. The planets are aligning against you. Mars is unusually bright. Yeah. War is coming. I got the memo." The Slytherin common room. It was 2 a.m. when they got back to the dungeon. The Slytherin common room was empty, illuminated by the green glow of the lake through the windows. Draco collapsed onto a leather sofa. He was still shaking. "My father." Draco started, but stopped. He looked at Hari. Hari was standing by the fireplace, staring into the flames. "Potter," Draco said. Hari turned. "Hari." "Hari," Draco corrected. What was that?" "In the clearing. I saw a flash of light." Hari touched his bracelet. "Static electricity." Draco didn't buy it. But he didn't push. He had seen the way Hari looked at the monster. Like it was annoyance, not a nightmare. "You're not normal," Draco said. "Even for a wizard." "Normal is a setting on a washing machine, Draco," Hari said. "Go to bed. You look like a raccoon." Draco stood up. He hesitated. "Thanks," Draco muttered. "For not leaving me behind." "Don't get used to it," Hari said. "Next time, bring running shoes." Draco went to the dorms. Hari stayed by the fire. He pulled a piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket. He needed to write to Dad. "Hey Dad, field trip to the woods was interesting. Found the snake man. He's drinking unicorn blood to stay solid. Gross, right? I punched him. Used the Surya strike. It burned him, but he's not physical. He's like a poltergeist wrapped in bad intentions. My scar hurt like crazy. It felt like the parasite was trying to high-five him. Also, the centaurs say Mars is bright. I think that means trouble. Or maybe they just really like astronomy. I need to learn how to hit things that don't have bodies. Send tips. Love, Hari P.S. Can I get a new spear? I broke a tree branch and it just wasn't the same." Hari folded the letter. He whistled low. Hedwig swooped in from an open window. How she got into the dungeon was a mystery, but she was a resourceful bird. "Take this to Kailash," Hari whispered, tying the letter to her leg. "Don't freeze your feathers off." Hedwig hooted softly, nipped his finger affectionately, and flew out into the night. Hari watched her go. He touched his scar. It was still tender. Voldemort, Hari whispered the name. It didn't hold fear for him. It held promise. The game had officially started. And Hari hated losing. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Tournament of Fools. The Great Hall was vibrating. Not the good kind of vibration, like the cosmic hum of the universe or the bass line of a war drum. This was the vibration of teenage hormones, nervous energy, and the collective anxiety of 3 different magical schools crammed into one castle. It was Halloween. The Goblet of Fire sat in the center of the hall, perched on a golden pedestal like a shiny, judgmental cup. It was spitting blue flames every few minutes, just to remind everyone that it was magical and important. Hari sat at the Slytherin table, systematically dismantling a roast chicken. He was bored. "It's a cup," Hari said, pointing a drumstick at the artifact. "Why is everyone staring at it?" "It's just a cup. Does it do tricks?" "It's an ancient magical impartial judge, Hari," Daphne Greengrass sighed, sipping her pumpkin juice. She was wearing perfectly pressed robes, her blonde hair immaculate. She had taken it upon herself to be Hari's translator for normal human behavior. "It chooses the champions. People die in this tournament. People die crossing the street," Hari shrugged, snapping the chicken bone and sucking the marrow out. "At least in a tournament, you get a prize." "What is the prize, anyway?" "A weapon. A new planet. 1,000 galleons," Draco Malfoy piped up from across the table. He looked nervous. He'd been nervous since the Forbidden Forest incident. "And eternal glory." Hari laughed. It was a loud, barking sound that made the Beauxbatons students at the Ravenclaw table jump. "Glory," Hari scoffed. "Glory is what they write on your tombstone so your mom feels better." Give me the gold. I need to buy a motorcycle. You don't know how to drive a motorcycle, Daphne pointed out. I'll figure it out. It has wheels and an engine. How hard can it be? Suddenly, the lights dimmed. The hall went silent. Dumbledore stood up. He looked grave. He looked old. His aura was flickering tonight, anxiety masked by grandfatherly benevolence. The time has come, Dumbledore announced, his voice amplified by magic. The goblet is ready to make its decision. The blue fire in the cup turned red. A tongue of flame shot up, carrying a charred piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it. The champion for Durmstrang, he read. Victor Krum. The Slytherin table erupted. Krum stood up. He was thick-set, walking with a duck-footed gait. He looked surly. Harry watched him. Strong shoulders, Harry analyzed. Bad posture. Too much reliance on the broom. On the ground, he's slow. Another flame. Another parchment. The champion for Beaux Batons. Fleur Delacour. A girl with silver blonde hair stood up. She was part Vila. Her aura was pink and alluring, designed to distract predators. Illusionist, Harry noted. Flashy. Mentally tough, though. She hides steel under that silk. The final flame. The champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded. Cedric stood up, grinning. He looked like the poster boy for Good Wizard. Golden aura, Harry thought. Honest. Brave. He'll probably try to negotiate with the monsters. That'll get him killed. Excellent. Dumbledore beamed. We have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory, the Triwizard Cup. The crowd cheered. Dumbledore turned to leave the podium. But the goblet wasn't done. The blue fire didn't die down. It surged. It turned a violent, angry crimson. The flames roared, sounding like a jet engine. A 4th piece of parchment shot out. It flew high into the air, charred and smoking. Dumbledore snatched it. He stared at it. The silence in the hall was sudden and absolute. It was the kind of silence that happens right before a bomb goes off. Harry Potter. Dumbledore whispered it first. Then he shouted it. Harry Potter. Every head turned. Hundreds of eyes fixed on the Slytherin table. Harry didn't move. He was still holding the chicken bone. I didn't put my name in, Harry said to Daphne. I don't even have a quill. You have to go, Daphne whispered, looking pale. Harry, everyone is looking. Let them look. Harry stood up. He wiped his hands on a napkin. He didn't look scared. He didn't look confused. He looked annoyed. He walked up to the front of the hall. He stopped in front of Dumbledore. I didn't enter your contest, old man, Harry said, his voice carrying in the silence. But I'm guessing I don't have a choice. Through the door, Harry, Dumbledore said, his face unreadable. Harry walked through the side door into the trophy room. The other 3 champions were standing around the fire. Do they want us back? Fleur asked. Is it over? Harry leaned against a display case containing a silver shield. Nope. Just getting started. Apparently, I'm invited to the party. The door behind him banged open. Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Dumbledore, and Snape came rushing in. It's a mistake. Maxime shouted. He is a boy. A little boy. I'm right here, Harry said. And I'm not little. I'm compact. This is a conspiracy. Karkaroff spat, his goatee trembling. Hogwarts has 2 champions. Unfair. Dumbledore grabbed Harry's shoulders. He looked into Harry's eyes. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? No. Did you ask one of the older students to do it for you? If I wanted to enter, I would have walked up and dropped it in, Harry said, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Your age line was weak. It was based on a simple intention ward. I could have walked through it backward while juggling. You admit you could have crossed it? Snape sneered. I admit your security is trash, Harry countered. Someone put my name in. Someone who wants me in this tournament. Why would someone do that? Bagman asked, looking sweaty. To kill him, Alastair Moody growled from the corner. The scarred Exor limped forward, his magical eye spinning. Someone's hoping the tournament does what they couldn't. Harry looked at Moody. Blue electric eye. Sees through clothes. Sees through flesh. Useful. Well, Harry cracked his neck. If someone wants to kill me, they're going to have to try harder than a few school games. You have to compete, Crouch said robotically. The rules are absolute. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. And if I refuse? Harry asked. You lose your magic, Crouch said. The contract strips your core. Harry raised an eyebrow. Losing his wizard magic? He barely used it. But losing his ability to channel prana through this reality? That would be inconvenient. Fine, Harry sighed. I'm in. But if I win, I'm using the cup as a cereal bowl. He turned to leave. Mr. Potter, Karkaroff growled. You are arrogant. Harry stopped. He looked over his shoulder. It's not arrogance if you can back it up, Harry said. See you in the arena, Crumb. Don't forget your broom. The first task, the arena. November turned the Scottish Highlands into a freezer. The wind cut through robes like knives. But in the champion's tent, the air was hot with tension. Harry sat on a wooden stool, sharpening a piece of wood with his obsidian dagger. He was calm. His heartbeat was slow, rhythmic. Fleur was pacing, muttering in French. Cedric was staring at the wall, looking green. Crumb was doing squats. You are not nervous? Crumb asked, stopping mid-squat. Harry looked up. It's a beast, Victor. Beasts have patterns. Learn the pattern, break the beast. It is a dragon, Cedric whispered. A nesting mother. Even better, Harry said. Mothers are protective. That makes them predictable. They won't leave the nest to chase you. They hold ground. That limits their mobility. Bagman bounced into the tent. Right. Who's ready? Ladies first, or, well, random draw. He held out a bag. Fleur pulled the Welsh green. Crumb pulled the Chinese fireball. Cedric pulled the Swedish short snout. Harry put his hand in. He felt the last model. It was spiky. He pulled out the Hungarian horntail. Boo, Bagman winced. Nasty piece of work, that one. It looks angry, Harry observed, examining the tiny moving model. Cute. A cannon blast sounded. Cedric Diggory. Cedric went out. The crowd roared. There were screams. Bursts of fire. After 15 minutes, Cedric returned, half his robes burned off, smelling of singed hair. But he had the egg. Then Fleur. She used a sleeping trance. It worked, until the dragon snored and shot a jet of flame that set her skirt on fire. She got the egg. Then Crumb. He hit the dragon in the eye with a curse. The dragon went into a pain frenzy and squashed half its real eggs. Crumb got the golden egg, but lost points for environmental damage. Harry Potter. Harry stood up. He wasn't wearing wizard robes. He had stripped down. He was wearing loose, black martial arts trousers and a sleeveless tunic that showed off his arms. His limiter bracelet was silver on his wrist. He didn't take his wand. "Mr. Potter?" Bagman asked. "Your wand?" "Don't need it," Hari said. "I'm going to talk to her." He walked out of the tent. The arena was a rocky pit enclosed by high stands packed with thousands of students. The noise was deafening. Chained at the far end was the horntail. She was magnificent. Black scales, bronze spikes, eyes like yellow furnaces. She was hunkered down over a clutch of eggs, her tail thrashing, shattering boulders into dust. She saw Hari. She roared. A column of fire, 40 feet long, blasted toward him. The crowd screamed. Hari didn't dodge. He stood his ground. He raised his hands, palms outward. He didn't use a shield charm. He used Agni Abhisheka, fire immunity. It was a minor city, a yogic power he'd learned by sitting in volcanic vents on the edge of the Azura realms. The fire hit him. It washed over him. To the crowd, he disappeared in the inferno. Hermione screamed, covering her eyes. The fire died down. Hari was standing there. His clothes were smoking slightly, but his skin was unburned. He was glowing with a faint, reddish light. He had absorbed the heat. The dragon stopped roaring. She tilted her head. She was confused. Fire was her weapon. Fire solved everything. Why wasn't the small two-legged thing crispy? Hari began to walk forward. He didn't sneak. He walked right down the center of the arena. He opened his mouth. A sound came out. It wasn't human. It was a low, hissing, grinding noise. Parseltongue. But amplified by prana, it sounded like rocks grinding together deep underground. "I see you, mother of scales," Hari hissed. The horntail froze. Her yellow eyes widened. She knew this language. It was the language of the Nagas, the ancient serpent gods. "You speak the old tongue," the dragon hissed back, her voice a telepathic rumble that Hari felt in his teeth. "You smell of ash and mountains. Are you a godling?" "I am the son of the destroyer," Hari replied, stepping closer. He was now within the kill zone of her tail. "I do not want your children. I want the gold rock. Give it to me, and I will not break your wings." The crowd was silent. They couldn't understand the hissing. They just saw a boy walking up to a dragon that could eat a bus, having a casual conversation. "The gold rock is mine," the dragon snarled. She lunged. Her neck snapped forward, faster than a cobra strike. Jaws wide enough to swallow Hari whole. Hari moved. He didn't run away. He jumped forward. He leaped straight at the open mouth. At the last second, he grabbed one of the massive spikes on her lower jaw. He swung himself up, using her own momentum to launch himself onto her snout. He landed on the bridge of her nose, right between her eyes. The crowd gasped. The dragon thrashed, trying to shake him off. Hari grabbed a horn for leverage. He leaned down, staring directly into the dragon's left eye. He flared his aura. For a second, the limiter bracelet rattled. The terrifying, blue-black visage of Rudra superimposed itself over Hari's face. "I said. Give." The killing intent was concentrated. It was a mental hammer blow. The dragon whimpered. It was a high, pathetic sound for such a massive beast. The primal part of her brain recognized a predator that was higher on the food chain. This wasn't a wizard with a stick. This was a monster in human skin. She slumped. Her head hit the ground with a thud, Hari still standing on her nose. She opened her mouth, letting out a puff of smoke. She nudged the golden egg toward him with her claw, careful not to scratch it. "Take it," she hissed. "Just go away." Hari patted her snout. Good girl. He hopped down. He picked up the golden egg. It was heavy. He tucked it under his arm and walked back toward the entrance. He stopped halfway and looked up at the judge's box. Karkaroff looked like he was having a heart attack. Bagman's jaw was unhinged. Dumbledore looked concerned. Very concerned. Harry raised a fist. The Slytherin stands erupted. Draco was jumping up and down, screaming, "That's my housemate. He rode a dragon." Even the Gryffindors were cheering. It was too cool not to cheer. Harry walked back into the tent. That, Harry muttered, tossing the egg onto a cot, was easier than catching a yak. The Yule Ball, preparations. December arrived, bringing snow that buried the castle. But the real storm was inside. The Yule Ball. "I have to dance?" Harry asked, horrified. He was sitting in the common room, watching Daphne transfigure a teapot into a tortoise. "It's tradition," Daphne said without looking up. "Champions open the ball. You need a partner. And you need dress robes." "I have robes," Harry said. "My orange ones." "You are not wearing monk pants to a formal ball, Harry," Daphne said sternly. "You represent Slytherin. You need to look regal." "Regal is a state of mind," Harry argued. "But fine. What about the dancing?" "I only know the Tandava." "The, what?" "The dance of destruction. Dad taught me. It creates and destroys universes. If I do it here, I might accidentally delete Hufflepuff." Daphne stared at him. "Please don't delete Hufflepuff. They're nice. We will waltz." "Waltz. That's the one where you spin in circles until you vomit?" "Basically." Harry sighed. "Fine. But I need a date." He looked at Daphne. She paused her transfiguration. She looked at him. Her blue eyes were cool, calculating, but there was a spark of amusement. "Are you asking me, Potter?" "Harry. And yeah. You know the politics. You know which fork to use. And you don't giggle like the other girls. Also, your aura is blue. It's calming." Daphne smiled. It was a rare, genuine smile that transformed her face. "Very romantic, Harry. You don't giggle. But yes. I'll go with you. On one condition. Which is? You let me pick your outfit." "Deal." The night of the ball, the great hall was transformed. Icicles hung from the ceiling. Fairy lights drifted like snow. Students milled about in their finery. Ron Weasley was wearing something that looked like a carpet from the 1800s. Draco wore black velvet with a high collar, looking like a vampire prince. Then, the champions arrived. Harry and Daphne stood at the top of the stairs. Daphne wore a gown of ice blue silk that shimmered like water. She looked like a queen of winter. But Harry stopped the conversation. He wasn't wearing wizard robes. He wasn't wearing a tuxedo. He was wearing a sherwani. It was deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver thread and patterns of lotus flowers and tridents. It had a high collar, fitted chest, and fell to his knees over tapered trousers. On his feet were curled silver shoes. He looked like an Indian prince. He looked like royalty from a civilization older than Hogwarts. "Whoa," Ron whispered. "He cleans up well," Hermione admitted. She was stunning in periwinkle blue, on Crumb's arm. Harry offered his arm to Daphne. "Ready to invade?" Harry asked. "Let's conquer," Daphne replied, taking his arm. They walked down the stairs. The crowd parted. They joined the other champions. Cedric nodded at Harry, looking impressed. "Sharp look, Harry." "Thanks." Daphne picked it. She said if I wore leather, she'd hex me. They entered the hall. The music started. A waltz. Hari placed his hand on Daphne's waist. He was surprised. She was light. 1, 2, 3, Daphne whispered. Hari moved. He didn't stumble. His balance was perfect, years of standing on pinnacles made him sure-footed. He led her with confident, fluid strength. You're actually good, Daphne sounded surprised. It's just vector mechanics, Hari said, spinning her. Momentum, friction, gravity. Also, you smell nice. Like vanilla and schemes. Daphne laughed. I'm a Slytherin. We always smell like schemes. As they danced, Hari scanned the room. His eyes landed on Igor Karkaroff. The Durmstrang headmaster was sitting at the head table, drinking heavily. He kept rubbing his left forearm. The mark, Hari thought. It's burning. The music ended. The Weird Sisters took the stage for the rock portion of the evening. Hari led Daphne to the drinks table. I need punch, Hari said. My feet hurt. These shoes are pointy. Karkaroff intercepted them. Mr. Potter, Karkaroff's voice was oily. A unique performance with the dragon. Thanks, Hari said, pouring punch. You didn't seem to like it. You gave me a 4. It was unorthodox, Karkaroff sneered. Tell me, where did you learn such dark creature handling? The mountains? Or perhaps, your scar taught you? Hari put the ladle down. He turned to Karkaroff. The air around them got cold. My scar is a receiver, Igor, Hari said softly. It picks up signals. Like right now. It's picking up a lot of fear coming from your left arm. Karkaroff went pale. He clutched his sleeve. I do not know what you mean. Hari leaned in. He was shorter than Karkaroff, but he felt larger. You have the mark of a slave, Hari whispered. You branded yourself like cattle for a master who doesn't care if you live or die. That's pathetic. You watch your tongue, boy. Karkaroff hissed, looking around to see if Dumbledore was watching. Or what? Hari challenged. You were a Death Eater. A servant. Servants don't scare me. The guy you work for. The Snake Man. I punched him in the face last month. He screams like a girl. Karkaroff stumbled back. You lie. Run along, Igor, Hari said, dismissing him with a wave. Go hide. The storm is coming, and your umbrella is full of holes. Karkaroff fled. Snape appeared from the shadows, looking like a giant bat. Making friends, Potter. Snape drawled. Just giving career advice, Professor, Hari smiled innocently. He seemed stressed. Snape looked at Karkaroff's retreating back, then at Hari. You are playing a dangerous game. You provoke forces you do not understand. I understand them fine, Hari said, taking Daphne's hand again. They're bullies. And bullies need to be punched. Come on, Daphne. Let's go to the garden. It's too loud in here. The the garden was frozen. Stone benches were covered in snow. Enchanted fairies provided dim light. Hari and Daphne walked along the path. You just threatened the headmaster, Daphne said. And provoked Snape. They started it, Hari defended. You're impossible, Daphne shook her head, but she was smiling. She stopped by a frozen fountain. So. The dragon. The threats. The mysterious fighting style. Who are you really, Hari? You're not just Harry Potter. Hari sat on the edge of the fountain. He looked at the moon. I'm Hari, he said. I grew up in Swarga. The heavens. My dad is Shiva. He's intense. The Hindu god. Daphne asked, her eyes wide. The destroyer? Yeah. He's actually pretty chill unless you wake him up early. Then he destroys galaxies. Daphne stared at him. She was looking for the lie. She couldn't find it. So you're, what? A demigod? Adopted, Hari clarified. Human hardware, divine software. That's why I'm strong. But that's also why I'm here. He touched his scar. The guy who gave me this. Voldemort. He's not dead. He's trying to come back. And he's turning into something else. An Azura. A demon. Daphne shivered. She wrapped her arms around herself. And you're supposed to fight him? Yep. Family business. Cleaning up the cosmic trash. Daphne sat next to him. She didn't move away. She moved closer. That sounds lonely, she said softly. Hari looked at her. Her aura was steady. She wasn't scared of the information. She was calculating how to help. It was, Hari admitted. But it's getting better. The food here is good. And the company isn't bad. He bumped her shoulder with his. Daphne bumped him back. You're going to need help, Daphne said. You have the brawn, Hari. You have the power. But you don't know the game. The ministry, the families, the alliances. Voldemort will use them. He will use politics just as much as magic. I hate politics, Hari groaned. I know, Daphne smirked. That's why you have me. She placed her hand on his. Her hand was cold. His was warm. I'll handle the snakes, Hari, Daphne promised. You just handle the monsters. Hari looked at her hand, then at her face. He felt a weird sensation in his chest. It wasn't the Rudra fire. It was softer. Warmer. Deal, Hari said. Suddenly, the bushes rustled. Get off me, you oversized beetle. Hagrid. And Madame Maxime. Hari and Daphne ducked behind the fountain. Hagrid was walking with Maxime. He looked emotional. I knew it. Hagrid sobbed. I knew we were the same. You're a half-giant too, Olymp. Maxime shrieked. I am not. I have big bones. She stormed off. Hari and Daphne peeked out. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. Big bones, Hari wheezed. She's 8 feet tall. A romantic tragedy, Daphne giggled. They sat there in the snow, laughing until their sides hurt. For a moment, there were no Dark Lords, no tournaments, no gods. Just 2 kids in a garden. But as the laughter died down, Hari felt a sharp pain in his forehead. He flinched. Hari? Daphne asked, alarmed. He's getting stronger, Hari whispered, looking toward the north. The signal, it's clear now. He's not just a ghost anymore. He's found a body. Or he's making one. Who? Voldemort. Hari stood up. The playful boy from the ball was gone. The warrior was back. The second task, Hari said. The egg. I need to solve it. It just screams when you open it, Daphne said. Screaming, Hari mused. Sound. Vibration. Underwater. Mermish, Daphne realized. Mere people scream above water, but sing underwater. The lake, Hari looked at the black lake visible in the distance. I have to go into the water. Can you swim? I can walk on the bottom, Hari said. But if the Azura is getting stronger, he won't let the task be just a game. He'll interfere. Hari offered his hand to Daphne. Come on. The party's over. We have work to do. Daphne took his hand. She didn't let go as they walked back to the castle. The Yule Ball was a success. He had intimidated a Death Eater, charmed a Slytherin, and didn't destroy Hufflepuff. But as he walked, Hari couldn't shake the feeling that the next time he danced, it wouldn't be a waltz. It would be the Tandava. And the music would be screams. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Blood on the Water. February in Scotland was less of a weather pattern and more of a personal insult. The wind didn't just blow, it hunted for gaps in your clothing like a freezing, invisible ferret. The Black Lake was grey today. Not a soft, misty grey, but the hard, flat color of a slate tombstone. The stands that had been erected along the muddy banks were packed with shivering students, all wrapped in scarves that represented their houses, looking like a massive, colorful quilt draped over the bleachers. Hari stood on the wooden pier, staring down into the water. He was shirtless. Again. "You're going to catch pneumonia," Daphne said from behind him. She was bundled in a thick wool coat with a fur collar, looking elegant despite the fact that her teeth were chattering. She was holding a towel that looked warm enough to bake bread in. "Pneumonia is a bacterial infection," Hari said, bouncing on the balls of his bare feet. "My blood is currently running at about 102 degrees. Bacteria touch me and they boil. It's just unsettling," Daphne muttered. "Everyone else is wearing wetsuits or robes. You look like you're going for a spa day." "Wetsuits restrict range of motion," Hari explained, stretching his arms. The muscles in his back rippled, hard and defined. "And robes get heavy when wet. Simple physics, greengrass." Neville Longbottom scuttled up to them, looking terrified. He was clutching a handful of slimy, grayish-green weeds. "Hari." Neville squeaked. I got the gillyweed. Professor Moody said it would help. It gives you gills." Hari looked at the weed. It smelled like old fish tank filters. "Thanks, Nev," Hari said, taking the weed and tucking it into the pouch on his belt. "I'll keep it as a backup snack. But I don't do gills." "But, how will you breathe?" Neville asked, his eyes wide. "I won't," Hari grinned. "Breathing is optional if you know how to bank your oxygen." Ludo Bagman's voice boomed over the magical megaphone, making half the crowd jump. "Welcome. Welcome to the second task. Last night, something precious was stolen from each of our champions. To win, they must venture into the depths of the Black Lake, find their treasure, and return within 1 hour." Hari scanned the other champions. Cedric was doing breathing exercises, looking pale. He cast a bubblehead charm, enclosing his face in a shimmering globe of air. Standard, Hari thought. Safe. Fleur was shivering violently. She cast the same charm, but hers looked more stylish, like a glass helmet. Vila Fire hates water, Hari noted. She's at a disadvantage. Crumb was transfiguring himself. His head morphed into a shark's head. It was grotesque but effective. Partial transformation. Risky. If he panics, the animal brain takes over. You have 1 hour. Bagman shouted. On the cannon, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Cedric and Fleur dove. Crumb jumped in a flat arc. Hari didn't dive. He walked to the edge of the pier. He closed his eyes. He exhaled. All the air. Every cubic centimeter from his lungs. He collapsed his ribcage, pulling his diaphragm up. Kumbhaka. The Great Retention. In the high altitudes of Kailash, where the air was too thin to sustain life, Shiva had taught him to internalize his prana. You didn't need to pull oxygen from the outside if you could recycle the energy already inside your cells. It was a closed loop. A biological nuclear reactor. Hari stepped off the pier. He didn't splash. He just cut through the surface like a knife dropping into butter. The cold hit him instantly. For a normal human, the shock of the freezing water would have caused a gasp, an inhalation of water, and panic. Hari felt the cold as data. Temperature, 3 degrees Celsius. Current, mild, pulling south. Pressure, increasing. He opened his eyes. The water of the Black Lake wasn't just dark, it was murky. Sunlight died about 10 feet down, strangled by the gloom. Tall strands of kelp waved like drowning arms. Hari kicked his legs. He didn't swim like a human. He moved like a frog, powerful bursts of propulsion from his legs, gliding in the silence. He sank deeper. The silence of the underwater world was usually heavy, a crushing weight. But today, it felt busy. There were vibrations in the water. Thump. 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 It wasn't a heartbeat. It was something heavy dragging across the lake floor. Hari descended past a school of grindylows. Usually, these little water demons were aggressive. They'd swarm you, breaking your fingers with their long, brittle grip. Today, they were hiding. They were huddled in the weeds, their eyes wide with terror, chattering silently to each other. They're scared, Hari realized. Not of me. Of something else. He swam deeper, passing the 50-foot mark. The pressure was building. His ears popped, adjusting automatically. His limiter bracelet felt heavy on his wrist, cold metal against cold skin. The water tasted metallic. Hari frowned, mentally. He tasted the water passing over his skin. It tasted like copper. Like blood. And something else. Sulfur. Azura stink, Hari thought. He's here. He swam toward the center of the lake, toward the Merpeople village. The map in the golden egg had been a sonic map, relying on echolocation. He knew where to go. Ahead, the water grew darker. An inky blackness that wasn't just lack of light, it was a magical pollutant. Hari saw a flash of light. A spell. He kicked harder, propelling himself forward with a burst of speed that left a wake of bubbles behind him. He found Fleur. The Beauxbatons champion was struggling. Her bubblehead charm was flickering. She was tangled in a patch of kelp, but the kelp wasn't just holding her, it was actively trying to strangle her. And there were shapes in the darkness. Not grindylows. Shadows. They looked like eels, but they had human faces. Twisted, screaming faces. Pisacha, water spirits of the damned. Fleur fired a jet of hot water from her wand, boiling one of the spirits, but 3 more lunged at her. Hari didn't have a wand in his hand. He had his obsidian knife in his belt, but he didn't draw it. He swam between Fleur and the spirits. One of the eel things hissed, bearing needle teeth. It lunged for Hari's neck. Hari caught it. His reflexes underwater were slower than in air due to drag, but he was still faster than anything that evolved in a pond. He grabbed the spirit by the throat. He looked into its dead white eyes. He squeezed. He didn't use magic. He used crushing grip strength amplified by prana. Pop. The spirit dissolved into black sludge. The other spirits recoiled. They sensed the heat radiating off Hari. Underwater, he was a thermal anomaly. Hari turned to Fleur. He pointed up. Go. Fleur looked at him, terrified. Her leg was bleeding. She shook her head, pointing deeper, toward the village. Gabriel is down there. Hari shook his head. He made a chopping motion with his hand. Too dangerous. Go. He grabbed the kelp holding her leg and ripped it apart like wet paper. He shoved her upward. Fleur hesitated, then realized her magic was failing. She shot toward the surface, leaving a trail of bubbles. Hari watched her go, then turned back to the dark. One down, he thought. Now, let's see who's poisoning the pool. The city of silence, the Merpeople village, was usually a crude collection of stone dwellings, decorated with colorful pebbles and carvings. Today, it looked like a graveyard. The stone huts were smashed. The colorful pebbles were scattered. And there were no mere people guarding the perimeter. Hari swam into the village square. In the center, tied to the statue of a giant merperson, were 4 figures floating in a ghostly suspension. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Cho Chang. A small girl with silver blonde hair, Gabrielle Delacour. They were unconscious, bubbles of magic keeping them alive. But guarding them wasn't the Merchiftanus. It was a nightmare. Coiled around the statue was a massive serpent. But it wasn't a snake. It had arms, 4 of them, sprouting from its thick, scaled torso. Its head was a mix of dragon and deep-sea angler fish, with a bioluminescent lure dangling in front of a maw filled with rows of serrated teeth. It was at least 40 feet long. Its scales were the color of bruised oil. Vritra spawn, Hari identified immediately. A lesser leviathan. Corrupted by the soul shard. This wasn't supposed to be here. Dumbledore wouldn't put a demon in a school competition. This was an invasion. The creature saw Hari. Its lure flared bright red. The boy. The voice echoed in Hari's head. It was wet and gargling. The master wants the bones. Hari drifted down to the sandy bottom. He stood there, the water pressing down on him with the weight of a building. He reached for his belt. He didn't pull the wand. He didn't pull the knife. He tapped the tattoo on his right forearm. A stylized trident. He focused his will. Manifest. A flash of blue light cut through the murky water. The water boiled around his hand. When the bubbles cleared, Hari was holding a long, heavy spear. The shaft was dark ironwood, capped with silver. The tip was a 3-pronged trident, the metal humming with a frequency that made the water around it vibrate. The Trishul. Not the divine weapon of his father, that would vaporize the lake, but a personalized echo of it. A soul weapon. Hari pointed the trident at the Leviathan. "You're ugly," Hari projected his thought. "And you're sitting on my friends." The Leviathan roared, a sound wave that hit Hari like a physical punch. Sand exploded from the bottom. The creature uncoiled, abandoning the hostages, and shot toward Hari. It moved with terrifying speed for something so big. Hari bent his knees and pushed off the bottom. The mud cloud obscured his movement. He shot upward, swimming over the charging beast. As he passed its back, he drove the trident down. Thunk. The metal pierced the thick scales. The Leviathan shrieked. It twisted, its tail whipping around to smack Hari. The impact was brutal. Hari took the hit on his forearms, but the force sent him spinning through the water. He crashed into a stone hut, smashing through the wall in a cloud of debris. He lay in the rubble for a second, shaking his head. Okay. Stronger than a troll. Faster than a shark. He swam out of the ruins. His shoulder throbbed. The limiter bracelet was glowing faint red. It was struggling to contain the energy he needed to fight at this depth. Limit release, level 1, Hari thought. He twisted the bracelet. One click. A shockwave of heat erupted from his body. The water around him instantly flashed into steam, creating a massive bubble of superheated gas. Hari used the bubble. He kicked off the water itself, launching himself like a torpedo. The Leviathan was circling back for another pass. Hari met it head-on. Rudra Tandava, first step. He shouted the name in his mind, channeling the rhythm of the destruction dance. He thrust the trident. The Leviathan opened its mouth to bite him. Hari jammed the trident vertically into its jaws, forcing them open like a prop. The creature gagged, thrashing wildly. Hari held on. He was tiny compared to the monster, a gnat fighting an alligator, but he was a gnat with the density of a neutron star. He swung his legs up and kicked the creature in the eye. Squelch. The Leviathan bucked, throwing Hari off. The trident dislodged, but took a few teeth with it. Hari drifted back, readying for round 2. Suddenly, a shark man shot past him. Victor Crumb. Crumb had arrived. He saw the monster. His shark eyes went wide. But Crumb was a competitor. He saw the hostages. He dove for Hermione. The Leviathan's tail lashed out. It wasn't even looking at Crumb. It just swatted him. Wham! Crumb was blasted sideways, his transfiguration faltering. He tumbled into the weeds, unconscious. Then Cedric appeared. He stopped dead, staring at the 40-foot monstrosity. What is that? Cedric mouthed inside his bubble. The Leviathan turned its attention to the golden boy. It sensed weakness. It opened its mouth and spewed a jet of black ink. But it wasn't just ink, it was acidic poison. It burned through the water, dissolving the kelp instantly. It was heading straight for Cedric. Harry cursed. Stupid Hufflepuff. Harry dropped his trident. He brought his hands together. Water style, ocean shield. He didn't use a wand. He grabbed the water itself with his prana and pulled. A wall of compressed water, dense as concrete, slammed up in front of Cedric. The poison ink hit the wall and sizzled, neutralized by the pressure. Harry grabbed his trident and swam over to Cedric. He grabbed the Hufflepuff by the robe. Get out! Harry glared. Take the hostages and go. Cedric shook his head, looking terrified but stubborn. I can help. You can die. Harry projected. It eats magic. Use your wand to cut the ropes. Harry shoved Cedric toward the statue. Then he turned back to the beast. The Leviathan was recovering. Its yellow eyes were fixed on Harry. It knew who the real threat was. Son of Shiva. The voice gurgled. Your meat will make me a god. Harry grinned. Bubbles escaped his lips. My meat is too spicy for you, calamari. Harry closed his eyes for a split second. He reached deep into his core. Past the human limits. Past the wizard magic. Into the divine spark. The water around him began to glow. A deep, indigo light. The trident in his hand elongated. The prongs began to spin. Harry opened his eyes. They were blazing white. He swam upward, positioning himself above the beast. He pointed the trident down. Vitra strike, depth charge. He threw the spear. It didn't just travel through the water, it parted it. A tunnel of vacuum created by pure kinetic force opened up behind the weapon. The trident hit the Leviathan squarely in the center of its forehead. Boom! It wasn't a fire explosion. It was a pressure implosion. The water collapsed in on the impact point with the force of a collapsing star. The Leviathan didn't scream. It just crunched. Its skull shattered. Its massive body went rigid, then limp. The shockwave hit Harry, tumbling him backward. It hit the village, flattening the remaining huts. It hit Cedric, who was busy cutting Cho loose, sending him rolling across the sand. The black ink cloud began to disperse. The monster drifted to the bottom, dead. Harry floated there, panting, figuratively. His chest heaved. The limiter bracelet was searing hot against his skin. He had cracked the casing. He looked down. Cedric was staring up at him with absolute awe. Harry swam down. He retrieved his trident, pulling it from the beast's skull with a sickening wet sound. The weapon dissolved back into light and returned to his tattoo. He swam to the statue. Cedric had cut Cho and Hermione loose. Crumb was floating nearby, groggy but waking up. Harry looked at Ron and Gabrielle. He took his obsidian knife and slashed their ropes in one motion. He grabbed Ron by the collar. He grabbed Gabrielle by the waist. He looked at Cedric. Up. They kicked for the surface. The surface breaking the surface felt like being born. Harry exploded out of the water, gasping as his lungs reinflated with cold air. He dragged Ron and Gabrielle with him. Holy cricket! Ron sputtered, flailing. I'm wet. Why am I wet? Harry towed them to the pier. He hauled them up onto the wood like wet sacks of flour. He pulled himself up last. He lay on the wood, staring at the gray sky. The crowd was silent. They were looking at the lake. The water was bubbling. Large, oily bubbles were rising to the surface, popping with the smell of sulfur and dead fish. And the carcass of the Leviathan was floating up. It breached the surface, a massive, black island of scales and twisted limbs. Screams erupted from the stands. Dumbledore was running down the pier. Karkaroff was behind him. Madame Maxime was shrieking. Dumbledore stopped when he saw Harry. He saw the bruises on Harry's chest. He saw the steam rising off Harry's skin. Harry! Dumbledore knelt. What is that thing? Harry sat up. He pushed his wet hair back. He looked at the dead monster. A pet, Harry said, his voice raspy. Voldemort sent a pet. Voldemort? Karkaroff squeaked. You speak madness. Harry stood up. He swayed slightly. Daphne was there instantly, wrapping the warm towel around him. You're bleeding, she whispered, touching a cut on his shoulder. I'm fine, Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore. His green eyes were hard. That wasn't a challenge, Professor. That was an assassination attempt. It was an Azure spawn. A water demon. If I hadn't been there, Cedric and Fleur would be lunch. Cedric stumbled up the pier, supporting Cho. He looked at Dumbledore. He's right, Cedric gasped. It blocked the way. It breathed poison. Harry, he killed it. With a spear. A spear made of light. Dumbledore looked at the dead beast, then at Harry. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. In its place was the cold, hard look of a general realizing the enemy has breached the walls. In my office, Dumbledore said quietly. Now. Bring the boy. The Office of Secrets. Dumbledore's office was warm, filled with the whirring of silver instruments. But the atmosphere was freezing. Harry sat in a chair, still wrapped in the towel. He was eating a chocolate frog he'd found in his pocket. Waterproof wrappers were a blessing. Dumbledore paced. Snape stood in the corner, looking darker than usual. McGonagall looked faint. And sitting on the desk was a large, black dog. You can drop the fur, Sirius, Harry said, chewing the chocolate. I know it's you. You smell like wet dog and depression. The dog shimmered and transformed into Sirius Black. He looked gaunt, but his eyes were fierce. You fought a Leviathan, Sirius said, his voice hoarse. Harry, that's impossible. That's 7th-year magic. No, that's Aura-level combat. It wasn't magic, Harry said. It was physics. And a really sharp stick. This is not a joke. Dumbledore slammed his hand on the desk. The portraits on the wall jumped. Voldemort has infiltrated the lake, Dumbledore said. He corrupted a creature of the deep. This means he is growing stronger. Faster than I anticipated. He's feeding, Harry said. He's eating the magic of the land. That thing in the lake. It was a battery. It was charging him up. Harry stood up, the towel falling off his shoulders. He walked to the window and looked out at the grounds. You think this is a tournament, Headmaster? You think it's a game to build international cooperation? Harry turned around. It's a ritual, Harry said. 3 schools. 3 champions. Blood, sweat, glory. It's all energy. Voldemort is using the tournament as a giant cauldron. And we are the ingredients. Then we must cancel it, McGonagall said, her hand to her throat. You can't, Crouch's voice came from the fireplace. His head was floating in the green flames. The magical contract is binding. If we stop, the champions lose their magic. They become squibs. So we fight, Hari said. You are a child, Snape sneered. You survived by luck and brute force. Next time. Next time I'll use a bigger spear, Hari interrupted. He walked up to Snape. You feel it too, don't you, Snape? Your arm. It's burning. Snape grabbed his left forearm, his face twitching. The third task, Hari said. The maze. That's where he'll make his move. The lake was just a test run. He wanted to see if I could handle the heavyweights. And you did, Sirius said, looking at his godson with a mix of pride and terror. You destroyed it. I sent it back to the void, Hari corrected. But the big guy, the Azura inside Riddle, he won't be that easy. Hari looked at Dumbledore. Stop trying to protect me, Professor. You can't. Your wards keep out wizards. They don't keep out gods. And they don't keep out monsters. Then what do you propose, Harry? Dumbledore asked, looking all of his 150 years. Let me off the leash, Hari said. He held up his wrist. The silver bracelet was cracked. A fissure ran down the center of the Rudraksh bead. My limiter is breaking. I can't hold back anymore. If I fight Riddle, I fight him as Shiva's son. And if I do that, I might break your castle. Dumbledore looked at the bracelet. He sensed the terrifying power contained within it. The power to shatter mountains. The power of the Destroyer. Do what you must, Dumbledore whispered. But save the boy inside the monster if you can. Tom Riddle was once a student here. Tom Riddle is dead, Hari said coldly. There is only the parasite now. Hari turned to leave. Where are you going? Sirius asked. To the kitchen, Hari said. Fighting sea monsters makes me hungry. And I promised Daphne I'd explain why I smell like calamari. He walked out of the office. As the door closed, Dumbledore slumped into his chair. We are not raising a hero, Albus, Snape said softly from the shadows. We are raising a natural disaster. Perhaps, Dumbledore murmured, watching the door. Perhaps that is exactly what we need. The aftermath in the dungeons. The Slytherin common room was usually cool and quiet. Tonight, it was a riot. When Hari walked in, there was a stunned silence, followed by an explosion of noise. There he is. The Dragon Slayer. The Squid Wrestler. Draco Malfoy ran up to him. He looked manic. You killed it. You actually killed it. Draco yelled. My father sent an owl. He said the ministry is in panic mode. They're trying to classify what the hell that thing was. Hari ignored the praise. He walked to the sofa where Daphne was sitting. She looked pale. She had seen the beast up close from the pier. Hari sat down next to her. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. You okay? Daphne asked softly. Tired, Hari admitted. Water pressure is no joke. My ears are still popping. Daphne reached out and took his hand. She traced the cracked bracelet on his wrist. It's broken, she noted. It held, Hari said. Just barely. What happens if it breaks completely? Hari opened one eye. He looked at her. Then I stop being Hari the student, he said. And I become something a lot less friendly. Daphne squeezed his hand. Just warn me first. I want to make sure I'm behind you, not in front of you. Hari chuckled. Deal. He looked at the fire. The green flames danced. The second task was over. He had won. But he knew the score. Voldemort, 0, Hari, 2, the enemy was losing. And desperate enemies did desperate things. The maze, Hari thought. That's where it ends. He closed his eyes and listened to the fire crackle, imagining it was the sound of the Azura burning. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Graveyard of Gods. The third task started with a marching band, which was ironic considering most of the people in the stands were about to watch 4 teenagers walk into a wall of bushes and disappear for 2 hours. The Quidditch pitch had been desecrated. That was the only word for it. The lush grass where Hari had watched people fly around on twigs was gone, replaced by towering hedges that looked like they were on steroids. They were 20 feet high, thick, dark, and radiated a subtle, get-out vibe that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Hari stood at the entrance. He was bouncing on his heels, stretching his calves. He wasn't wearing robes. He was wearing tactical gear Nandi had sourced from some mortal military surplus store, black cargo pants, a fitted sleeveless combat top, and heavy dragonhide boots. The limiter bracelet on his wrist was cracked, a jagged fissure running through the silver, pulsating with a faint red light. "You look like you're going to war, not a maze," Cedric Diggory said, standing next to him. Cedric looked nervous. His golden Hufflepuff aura was flickering like a dying light bulb. He kept checking his wand holster. "It's a maze full of monsters," Hari said, rolling his shoulders until they popped. "That is war. Just on a smaller scale. You ready to run?" "I'm ready to finish this," Cedric said, trying to sound brave. "We go in, we grab the cup, we go home. Easy." "Nothing is ever easy when the Snake Man is involved," Hari muttered. He looked up at the judge's stand. Dumbledore looked grim. Karkaroff looked sick. Bagman looked like he had bet his entire life savings on an outcome he couldn't predict. And Moody. Moody's magical eye was spinning so fast it was a blue blur. "Champions." Bagman's voice boomed, magically amplified to ear-splitting levels. "The rules are simple. The Triwizard Cup is located in the center of the maze. The first to touch it receives full marks and eternal glory. The maze is filled with magical obstacles, creatures, and enchantments. If you wish to withdraw, send up red sparks with your wand. On my whistle." Hari cracked his neck. Left. Right. Weet-teet. Hari didn't sprint. He jogged. He entered the maze casually, disappearing into the shadows of the hedges. The instant he crossed the threshold, the noise of the crowd vanished. It wasn't a gradual fade, it was a hard cut. The silence slammed down like a coffin lid. The air inside the maze was 10 degrees colder and smelled of wet earth and ozone. "Right," Hari said to the empty path. "Let's break some gardening." He reached out and touched the hedge. It recoiled. The branches had thorns the size of daggers. "Cute," Hari grinned. He didn't follow the path. Following the path was what the maze wanted. It was a rat race. Hari wasn't a rat. He focused prana into his hands. His palms glowed with a soft, golden light. He thrust his hands into the hedge wall to his left. Open. He didn't cast a spell. He just ripped the vegetation apart. He tore a hole straight through the magical barrier, stepping through the shredded branches into the next corridor. Why solve a puzzle when you can just walk through the wall? The obstacle course 10 minutes in, Hari had walked through 6 walls, bypassed 3 dead ends, and accidentally stepped on a boggart that tried to turn into a Dementor. He was bored. "Is this it?" Hari asked out loud. "Where are the monsters? Where's the danger?" As if on cue, the ground shook. Ahead of him, the path was blocked by a creature that looked like a lobster and a scorpion had a baby, and then that baby was exposed to radioactive waste. A blast-ended scrut. It was 10 feet long, armored, and smelling like rotten fish and gunpowder. "Finally," Hari said. The scrut fired. A blast of fire shot from its rear end, propelling it forward like a fleshy rocket. Hari didn't draw his wand. He stepped to the side, pivoting on his heel. As the Skrut rushed past, Hari grabbed its shell. The armor was hot, burning his hands, but Hari's skin was tougher. He used the creature's momentum against it. He swung it around, lifting the 1,000-pound monstrosity into the air. Spin cycle. Hari shouted. He slammed the Skrut into the hedge wall. Crunch. The Skrut shrieked and slumped, dazed. Its soft underbelly was exposed. Hari placed a boot on its chest. Stay down, ugly. He walked past it. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the maze. A girl's scream. Fleur. Hari stopped. He tilted his head. Southeast, he triangulated. About 400 yards. He looked at the hedge wall. Shortcut time. He broke into a run. He didn't stop for the hedges. He smashed through them, treating the magical barriers like paper. He left a trail of destruction behind him, a straight line cut through the labyrinth. He burst into a clearing. Fleur Delacour was on the ground. She wasn't fighting a monster. She was fighting the maze itself. The roots of the hedges had animated, wrapping around her ankles and wrists, dragging her into the earth. She was thrashing, her wand firing sparks that fizzled out against the damp wood. Hold still. Hari yelled. He leaped. He landed next to her. He didn't cut the roots. He stomped on the ground. Earth shock. He channeled a pulse of vibration into the soil. The ground rippled. The roots shattered, turning into sawdust instantly from the frequency overload. Fleur gasped, scrambling back. She looked terrified. Her robes were torn, her silver hair matted with mud. Hari, she sobbed. The maze, it is alive. It tried to eat me. It's just aggressive landscaping, Hari said, pulling her up. You okay? I cannot continue, she whispered, shaking. It is too much. The voices. I hear voices in the fog. Hari looked at her aura. It was fractured. Panic attack. Fine, Hari said. He grabbed her wand from the mud. You're out. He pointed her wand at the sky. Periculum. Red sparks shot up, exploding into a massive flare. Wait here, Hari said, handing the wand back. The teachers will come pick you up. Don't touch the plants. He turned to leave. Hari. Fleur called out. Victor, something is wrong with him. I saw him. His eyes, they are cloudy. He attacked me. Crumb attacked you. Hari frowned. That's against the rules. Even for Durmstrang. He is not himself, Fleur warned. Be careful. Hari nodded. Thanks for the tip. He took off running again. Cloudy eyes, Hari thought. Imperious curse. Someone is controlling the shark boy. Probably to take out the competition so I get to the cup. They really want me to win. The puppet master he found Cedric 5 minutes later. Or rather, he found Cedric being tortured. They were in a long, straight corridor near the center. The cup was glowing blue in the distance. Cedric was on the ground, screaming. Victor Crumb stood over him, wand raised. Crumb's face was blank, expressionless. His eyes were glazed over, looking at nothing. Crucio. Crumb said. His voice was flat, robotic. Hari saw red. He didn't shout. He didn't announce his presence. He moved. He covered the 50 feet in a blur. He didn't tackle Crumb. He swept his leg. Hari slid across the grass like a baseball player sliding into home base. His shin connected with Crumb's ankles. Crumb flipped. He hit the ground hard, his wand flying out of his hand. The curse lifted. Cedric stopped screaming, gasping for air, curling into a fetal position. Crumb scrambled up. He didn't look confused, he looked programmed. He reached for his backup wand in his boot. Hari was already there. Hari grabbed Crumb by the collar of his Durmstrang furs. He headbutted him. Thwack. It was a controlled hit. Enough to rattle the brain, not enough to crack the skull. Crumb's eyes rolled back. He collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Hari dropped him. He turned to Cedric. Said. Breathe. Hari knelt beside the Hufflepuff. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Come on. Cedric wheezed, his face pale and sweaty. He just attacked me. No warning. Just the torture curse. He's bewitched, Hari said, glancing at the unconscious Bulgarian. Imperious. Someone is piloting him like a meat puppet. Hari pointed his own wand at the sky. Periculum. More red sparks. That's for Crumb, Hari said. He needs a nap and a deprogramming session. Hari helped Cedric stand up. Cedric was shaky, leaning heavily on Hari. I'm done, Cedric mumbled. My leg. I think he broke it when he kicked me before the curse. We're almost there, Hari pointed down the corridor. The cup is right there. 50 yards. You take it, Cedric said, wincing. You saved me. Again. You deserve it. Hari looked at the glowing cup. Then he looked at Cedric. The Hufflepuff was a good guy. He played fair. He worked hard. And right now, he looked broken. We take it together, Hari said firmly. What? It's a Hogwarts victory, Hari said. Doesn't matter which one of us holds it. We grab it together. We split the gold. I buy a motorcycle, you buy. I don't know, new socks. Whatever Badgers buy. Cedric managed a weak laugh. You're crazy, Hari. Come on. They hobbled toward the plinth. A sphinx was guarding the cup. She was massive, with the body of a lion and the face of a woman. She looked bored. You are near your goal, the sphinx purred. The quickest way is past me. Answer my riddle. We're in a hurry, Hari interrupted. My friend is hurt. Move. The sphinx blinked. I am the guardian. You must answer. I don't do riddles, Hari said. I do physics. Hari let go of Cedric. He walked up to the sphinx. He stomped his foot. Earth shock. The ground beneath the sphinx cracked. The pedestal she was sitting on tilted violently. The sphinx yelped, scrabbling for balance, sliding off the path into the hedge. Riddle solved, Hari said, walking back to Cedric. Gravity always wins. Cedric stared at him. You just tipped over a sphinx. She was in the way. Come on. They reached the cup. It was glowing with a cool, blue light. It looked innocent. On 3? Hari asked. On 3, Cedric nodded, gripping his wand. 1, 2, 3. They both grabbed the handle. Hari felt the hook behind his navel instantly. Port key. The world dissolved in a swirl of color and wind. The maze vanished. The cheers of the crowd, which they couldn't hear anyway, were left behind. They were traveling. Far. Too far for just going back to the podium. Hari's instincts screamed. Trap. The graveyard they slammed into the ground. Hari landed on his feet, stumbling slightly. Cedric crashed into the dirt, groaning as his bad leg took the impact. The air was different here. Stale. Dead. It was night. They were in a graveyard. An old, neglected churchyard with crooked tombstones jutting out of the overgrown grass like bad teeth. A yew tree stood in the center. And behind it, a small, dark church. On a hill overlooking the graveyard stood a manor house. It was dark, no lights in the windows. "Where are we?" Cedric whispered, looking around fearfully. "Is this part of the task?" Hari scanned the perimeter. His senses were on overdrive. The smell. It was here. Stronger than ever. Rotting soul. Snake venom. Ancient dust. "No," Hari said, his voice low and dangerous. "This isn't the task. Draw your wand, Cedric. And get behind a tombstone." "What?" "Do it." Hari roared. Cedric scrambled behind a large marble angel. Hari stood in the open. He felt the limiter bracelet burning. It was vibrating against his bone. A door opened in the darkness. A figure walked toward them through the mist. It was short, wearing a cloak. It was carrying a bundle in its arms, like a baby, but swaddled in black robes. Hari recognized the waddle. "Wormtail," Hari spat. "Peter Pettigrew." "The rat." Pettigrew stopped about 20 feet away. He looked terrible. Pale, sweaty, shaking. The bundle in his arms stirred. A high, cold voice came from it. "Kill the spare." A green light flashed. Avada Kedavra. It was fast. The killing curse rushed toward Cedric's hiding spot. Hari didn't think. He reacted. He was too far to push Cedric. He was too far to block the spell with a physical object. So he threw his voice. And his will. "Cedric. Drop." The command was infused with prana. It hit Cedric's brain like a hammer. Cedric's legs gave out instantly, and he collapsed flat onto the dirt behind the tombstone. The green light smashed into the marble angel, blowing the head off the statue. Stone shrapnel rained down. Cedric was alive. Shaking, but alive. Hari turned back to Wormtail. His eyes were blazing blue. "You missed," Hari growled. He took a step forward. The bundle in Wormtail's arms hissed. "No, leave the boy, bind the son of Shiva." Wormtail raised his wand again. He pointed it at a massive statue of the Grim Reaper behind Hari. "Mobila corpus." The statue sprang to life. Its stone arms snapped open. Hari could have dodged. He could have smashed the statue. But he heard his father's voice in his head. "Learn their ways. See the trap before you break it." If he attacked now, Wormtail might panic and apparate away with the bundle. Hari needed the parasite to commit. He needed Voldemort to reveal himself. Hari stood still. The stone arms of the Reaper slammed around him. They pinned his arms to his sides. The stone was enchanted, tightening with magical force. Hari didn't struggle. He tested the grip. It was strong, strong enough to hold a giant. But Hari wasn't a giant. He was an ant under a magnifying glass, waiting for the sun. "Is this it?" Hari asked, looking at Wormtail. "A hug?" Wormtail ignored him. He was frantic. He scurried over to a massive stone cauldron that sat near the yew tree. It was full of water. He lit a fire beneath it with a flick of his wand. The water began to boil instantly. It turned a sluggish, poisonous purple. "Hurry," the voice in the bundle shrieked. Wormtail dumped the bundle into the cauldron. There was a splash. The bundle sank. Hari watched. He felt the energy shift. The water wasn't just boiling, it was screaming. Wormtail began to chant. His voice was high and trembling. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Wormtail waved his wand at a grave under Hari's feet. The earth cracked. A stream of bone dust rose into the air and floated into the cauldron. The potion turned a bright, toxic blue. Flesh of the servant, WW willingly given, you will revive your master. Wormtail pulled a silver dagger from his robes. He was sobbing now. He held his right hand over the cauldron. No, Hari whispered, disgusted. You idiot. Wormtail swung the knife. He sliced his own hand off. It fell into the potion with a sickening splash. Wormtail screamed, falling to his knees, clutching the stump. The potion turned burning red. Blood of the enemy. Wormtail gasped, crawling toward Hari. He held the dagger in his remaining hand. Forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. He approached Hari. The statue held Hari tight. Wormtail cut Hari's arm. Just a shallow slice near the elbow. He collected the blood on the blade. Hari watched the blood. It wasn't just red. It shimmered with gold flecks. It was prana-rich blood. Divine-infused blood. You have no idea what you're doing, Hari thought. You're putting jet fuel into a lawnmower. Wormtail stumbled back to the cauldron and flung the blood into the mix. The reaction was instantaneous. The potion didn't turn white. It turned black. Absolute, void black. The cauldron began to vibrate. A sound emanated from it, a deep, subsonic thrum that shook the tombstones. The fire beneath the cauldron turned green, then purple, then black. Smoke billowed up. But it wasn't smoke. It was shadow. Thick, oily shadows that formed shapes, snakes, screaming faces, claws. Oh God, Cedric whispered from behind the tombstone. The cauldron cracked. A beam of dark light shot into the sky, punching a hole in the clouds. The liquid in the cauldron rose up. It coalesced. It formed a body. But it wasn't a man. It stood 10 feet tall. It had a torso that was too long, covered in wet, black scales. It had 4 arms, 2 human-sized, 2 larger and muscular, ending in talons. Its head was a nightmare. No nose, just slits. Red eyes with vertical pupils. A mouth filled with needle teeth. And writhing around its neck weren't muscles, but living shadows that looked like cobras. Vritra Voldemort had risen. He stepped out of the cauldron. His feet were clawed, digging into the earth. He took a breath. It sounded like a rattlesnake shake. He looked at his hands. All 4 of them. Yes. The voice was a chorus of 1,000 whispers. Power, true power. He flexed. A shockwave of dark magic exploded outward, flattening the grass for 100 yards. Wormtail was cowering in the dirt, clutching his bleeding stump. Master, the hand, you promised. Voldemort looked down at the rat. The hand? Voldemort laughed. It was a sound like grinding stones. You shall serve a higher purpose, Wormtail. Voldemort reached out with one of his large, clawed hands. He didn't heal Wormtail. He grabbed him by the head. Dark tendrils shot from Voldemort's palm into Wormtail's skull. Wormtail shrieked. His body began to wither. His skin turned gray, then translucent. His life force was being sucked out like a milkshake. In seconds, Wormtail was gone. Just a pile of dusty robes on the ground. Hari narrowed his eyes. He eats his own servants. He needs biomass to stabilize the form. The Azura essence is hungry. Voldemort turned to the statue holding Hari. Harry Potter, the monster hissed. You see me as I truly am. The immortal. The world eater. I see a lizard with an ego problem, Hari said calmly. Voldemort smiled. It was terrifying. Call them, Voldemort commanded the air. He pressed one of his fingers to the dark mark branded on his own scaled chest. The mark burned black. The Feast of Shadows. Seconds later, the air filled with the cracks of apparition. Cloaked figures appeared in the circle around the graves. Death Eaters. They wore masks. They were trembling. They had felt the call and come running, terrified of what they would find. Lucius Malfoy was there. Crabbe. Goyle. McNair. They looked at the monster standing in the center. They gasped. Some fell to their knees. Master? Lucius whispered, pulling off his mask. He looked horrified. You have returned. I have evolved, Lucius, Voldemort rumbled. He walked toward them. The ground shook with each step. I have shed the weakness of humanity. I have embraced the old dark. We are here to serve, Lucius stammered, bowing low. Serve. Voldemort mused. He stood over them. Yes. You shall serve. My new form, it requires fuel. The rat was merely an appetizer. The shadows around Voldemort's neck lashed out. They moved faster than thought. They grabbed Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. The men screamed as they were lifted into the air. Master. No. We are loyal. Your loyalty is noted, Voldemort hissed. Your sacrifice is accepted. The shadows consumed them. It wasn't a physical eating, it was absorption. Their bodies dissolved into black mist, which was sucked into Voldemort's scales. His form grew more solid. The scales hardened, turning from wet black to an armored obsidian sheen. Lucius Malfoy scrambled back, falling over his own robes. My lord. Please. Run, Lucius, Voldemort laughed cruelly. Fear flavors the meat. Lucius didn't wait. He didn't fight. He turned and disapparated with a crack, abandoning his master in sheer terror. Voldemort turned back to Harry. The weak have fled. The fuel has been consumed. Now, the main course. Voldemort raised a hand. The statue holding Harry squeezed harder. Harry heard his ribs creak. I want your bones, son of Shiva. I want the divine spark buried in your marrow. Harry took a deep breath. You talk too much, Harry said. Harry flexed. He didn't just push against the stone. He expanded his aura. Limit release, level 2. The silver bracelet on his wrist shattered. It exploded into shrapnel. The suppression was gone. A pillar of blue fire erupted from Harry's body. It shot 50 feet into the air, blowing the mist away. The stone reaper holding him didn't just break, it vaporized. The rock turned into dust instantly. Harry stepped out of the dust cloud. He wasn't just Harry anymore. His eyes were solid white fire. His skin had taken on a distinct blue hue. The air around him distorted, heavy with the gravity of a collapsing star. He reached into the empty air. Trishul. This time, the spear didn't manifest as a physical object. It manifested as pure energy. A 9-foot lance of crackling, golden lightning. Harry spun the spear. The sound was like a jet engine screaming. You want my bones? Harry's voice was layered, echoing with the roar of a tiger. Come and take them. Voldemort roared. He charged. The clash was titanic. Voldemort swung a clawed fist the size of a wrecking ball. Harry blocked it with the shaft of the energy spear. Boom. The impact created a crater 10 feet deep. Tombstones flew through the air like missiles. Cedric, peeking from behind his broken angel, watched in absolute disbelief. This wasn't a wizard duel. This was gods at war. Harry was pushed back, his feet carving trenches in the dirt. The Azura was strong. Physically stronger than anything Harry had ever fought. You are small. Voldemort screamed, swinging again with a lower arm while casting a curse with an upper hand. Avada Kedavra. Harry ducked the physical blow and swatted the green killing curse aside with his bare hand, his palm protected by a layer of dense prana. Size isn't everything. Harry yelled. He jumped. He launched himself straight at Voldemort's chest. He drove the energy spear forward. Voldemort caught the spear tip with 2 hands. The energy sizzled against his scales. They were locked in a stalemate, pushing against each other. Harry looked into the red eyes of the monster. You're empty, Harry snarled. You ate your friends. You ate your soul. You're just a shell filled with hunger. Hunger is the only truth. Voldemort opened his mouth. A jet of acidic shadow fire spewed out. Harry couldn't dodge. He took the blast point blank. His tactical shirt disintegrated. His skin burned. But he didn't let go. Rudra, roar. Harry opened his mouth and screamed. It was a sonic attack. A focused beam of sound. It hit Voldemort in the face. The monster flinched, his shadow fire cutting off. Harry used the opening. He dropped the spear and punched Voldemort in the stomach. Surya Strike, Supernova. He dumped every ounce of solar energy he had stored for the last month into the punch. A blinding flash of light engulfed the graveyard. Voldemort was blasted backward. He flew through the air, crashing into the dark manor house on the hill. The entire front of the building collapsed on top of him. Harry landed on his knees. He was panting. His skin was smoking. He was bleeding from a dozen cuts. He looked at Cedric. Get the cup. Harry shouted. Cedric. Move. Cedric snapped out of his trance. He scrambled toward the Triwizard Cup, which had fallen in the long grass. Harry. Come on. Cedric yelled, grabbing the handle. The rubble of the manor house exploded. Voldemort rose from the ruins. He was hurt, his scales were cracked, oozing black tar, but he wasn't dead. He was furious. You cannot kill death. Voldemort raised all 4 arms. The shadows of the entire graveyard animated. They formed a massive, swirling vortex above him. A black hole. He threw it. The sphere of void rushed toward them. It was eating the ground as it moved. Harry looked at the sphere. He looked at Cedric. He couldn't stop that. Not in his current state. He had to choose. Fight and die, or run and live to fight another day. Harry sprinted. He moved faster than he had ever moved. He tackled Cedric just as the Hufflepuff was touching the cup. Go. Harry grabbed Cedric's shoulder and the cup handle at the same time. The void sphere hit the spot where they had been standing a microsecond later. The ground vanished. A hole into nothingness opened up, silent and terrifying. But the hook behind the navel yanked them away. The return they hit the grass of the Quidditch pitch hard. The music was playing. The crowd was cheering. They didn't know. They thought it was over. Harry rolled, coming to a stop on his back. He stared up at the stars. They looked peaceful. Indifferent. Cedric was hyperventilating beside him. He's back, he's a monster, he ate Wormtail. Dumbledore was there in seconds. He grabbed Harry's arm. Harry. Harry, are you all right? Harry sat up. The crowd's cheering died down as they saw the blood. They saw Harry's shredded clothes. They saw the look in his eyes. He's back, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it carried. Voldemort? Dumbledore whispered. Harry stood up. He looked at the cracked remains of his bracelet on the grass of the graveyard, which had fallen from his wrist. He didn't have it anymore. He looked at the forbidden forest. He looked at the castle. Not Voldemort, Harry said. Vritra. The Azura has a body. And he's hungry. Harry turned to Dumbledore. The war isn't coming, Professor. It's here. Mad-Eye Moody came limping through the crowd, pushing students aside. What happened? Where is he? Hari looked at Moody. He sniffed. Under the smell of polyjuice potion and old leather, there was a faint scent. Rotting soul. Not the same as the graveyard. But similar. A servant. Hari's eyes narrowed. You, Hari pointed at Moody. You put my name in the goblet. Moody froze. His magical eye stopped spinning. The boy is delusional, Moody growled, reaching for his wand. Hari didn't wait. He was still running hot. He was still in war mode. He stepped forward and backhanded Moody across the face. The force of the blow sent the XOR flying into the judge's table, shattering it. The polyjuice flask fell from his pocket and smashed. Moody began to change. His scars vanished. His wooden leg fell off. Barty Crouch Jr. lay in the wreckage, groaning. A parting gift, Hari said, spitting blood on the grass. He looked at the stunned crowd. At the terrified faces of his classmates. At Daphne, who had her hands over her mouth in the stands. Hari raised his fist. It was shaking, but it was raised. Go home. Hari shouted to the students. Lock your doors. Sharpen your knives. The long night is starting. He collapsed. The adrenaline finally crashed. The fatigue of the limiter release hit him. As darkness took him, the last thing Hari heard was Dumbledore shouting orders, and the distant, phantom sound of a four-armed monster laughing in the dark. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Siege of Hogwarts. The hospital wing smelled like antiseptic, potions, and panic. Hari opened his eyes. He didn't do the slow, groggy wake-up routine. He sat bolt upright, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. His skin felt tight. Not sunburn tight, but I just channeled enough solar radiation to microwave a small city, tight. He looked down at his arms. They were wrapped in bandages, but he could see the faint blue glow pulsing beneath the gauze. The limiter was gone. His prana was leaking, spilling into the air, making the bedsheets smoke slightly. Mr. Potter. You need to lay down. Madame Pomfrey was rushing over, looking like she hadn't slept in a week. She had a potion vial in one hand and a wand in the other. No time for naps, Pomfrey, Hari said, swinging his legs out of bed. His feet hit the cold stone floor. Where are my pants? Your pants were incinerated, Pomfrey snapped, trying to push him back down. And you have third-degree spiritual burns. Your magical core is fluctuating wildly. It's not fluctuating, it's calibrating, Hari argued, dodging her hands. He spotted a pile of clothes on a chair, not his tactical gear, but a fresh set of Hogwarts robes. Better than being naked. He grabbed the robes and pulled them on. They felt flimsy. Where is Dumbledore? Hari asked, tying the sash tight. The headmaster is in the courtyard, Pomfrey said, her voice trembling. With the minister. And the Aurors. Hari, the sky. Look at the sky. Hari walked to the window. He looked out. It was morning, technically. But the sun hadn't risen. The sky was a bruised, violent purple. Clouds were swirling in unnatural spirals, like oil mixing with water. And hanging low over the forbidden forest wasn't a cloud, but a tear. A rip in the fabric of the atmosphere, bleeding black smoke. It looked exactly like the sky over the Azura realms on a bad day. He's not waiting, Hari whispered. Voldemort. He's pushing the door open. Who? Pomfrey asked. The landlord, Hari said grimly. And he's raising the rent. He turned away from the window. Stay here, madam. Barricade the door. If anyone knocks and they have more than 2 arms, don't answer. He sprinted out of the wing. The courtyard of confusion. The main courtyard was a mess. It looked like a refugee camp. Students were huddled in groups, crying, hugging, or staring blankly at the purple sky. Teachers were running back and forth casting protective charms that fizzled out as soon as they hit the air. Dumbledore was standing by the fountain. He was arguing with a short, portly man in a lime green bowler hat. Cornelius Fudge. Preposterous. Fudge was shouting, his face red. You claim you know who has returned in a monster's body. You are trying to destabilize my administration, Albus. Cornelius, look up. Dumbledore roared, losing his usual calm. The wards are failing. The very air is saturated with dark magic. Weather charms. Fudge waved a hand dismissively. Probably your student, Potter, playing tricks again. I heard he assaulted Alastair Moody. Harry slowed to a walk as he approached. The crowd parted for him. They felt the heat coming off him. They saw the white-hot intensity in his eyes. Moody was a fake, Harry said, his voice cutting through Fudge's bluster. It was Barty Crouch Jr. You'd know that if your aurors did their job instead of posing for photos. Fudge spun around. Potter. You are in serious trouble. Assaulting a teacher. Creating panic. Harry didn't stop walking until he was toe-to-toe with the minister. Listen to me, you little man, Harry said. The ministry is gone. You just don't know it yet. What? Fudge spluttered. The ministry is impenetrable. The ministry is a building made of rocks and bureaucracy, Harry said. The thing coming for us eats rocks. And it really hates paperwork. Suddenly, a silver lynx Patronus burst into the courtyard. It landed in front of them. It opened its mouth, speaking with the voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt. The ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. The atrium is breached. They are coming. They are coming. The Patronus dissolved into mist. Silence. Fudge's bowler hat fell off. His face went from red to paper white in a second. Dead? Fudge squeaked. Rufus is dead. Told you, Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore. Professor. We have about 5 minutes before the first wave hits. Evacuation. Dumbledore looked at the students. He looked at the gates. The anti-apparition wards are twisted, Dumbledore said gravely. We cannot apparate out. And the Floo network is jammed. We're trapped, Harry nodded. Siege warfare. Classic. We must fight, McGonagall said, stepping up. Her wand was drawn, her lips a thin line. We will defend the castle. With what? Harry asked. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Professor, we are fighting things that don't have nervous systems to stun. Harry turned to the students. He saw the fear. He saw the trembling wands. He saw Daphne Greengrass standing with the Slytherins. She was pale, but she was holding her wand steady. She nodded at him. Harry climbed onto the edge of the fountain. Listen up. His voice was amplified by prana. It boomed across the courtyard, shaking dust off the gargoyles. The government is gone, Harry shouted. The police aren't coming. Your parents can't help you. Right now, the only thing standing between you and the void is the person next to you. He pointed to the Gryffindors. Then the Slytherins. I don't care what color your tie is. I don't care who your dad is. If you can hold a stick, you are a soldier. If you can't fight, you move the wounded. If you run, you die tired. He pulled his wand, the Holly one. He snapped it in half. The crowd gasped. This is a crutch, Harry said, tossing the pieces into the fountain. Magic is will. It is intent. You don't need Latin to survive. You need to want it. He raised his hand. The tattoo on his arm flared. Trishul. The energy spear manifested in his grip, 9 feet of crackling blue plasma. "I am the son of the destroyer," Hari announced. "And today, class is dismissed." The first wave, giants at the gates. It started with a tremor. Boom. 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 Footsteps. Heavy ones. From the bridge leading to the castle, shapes emerged from the mist. Giants. 20 feet tall. Wearing skins and carrying tree trunks as clubs. Their eyes were glowing red, azure corruption. Giants. Ron Weasley yelled from the front line. "There's dozens of them. Take the bridge," Hari ordered. "Bottleneck them." McGonagall stepped forward. She waved her wand. Pyre totem locomotor. The stone statues of Hogwarts, knights, gargoyles, lions, jumped from their plinths. They marched toward the bridge, a stone army to meet the flesh one. The clash was deafening. Stone shattered against club. Giants roared as stone swords slashed their legs. But the giants were enhanced. Their skin was covered in black, shifting scales. Spells bounced off them. The stone knights were being crushed into gravel. "They're tanking the damage," Dean Thomas shouted. "Nothing's working. Physics works," Hari yelled. He ran. He didn't run away. He ran toward the bridge. He leaped over the heads of the stone knights. He soared into the air, level with the lead giant's face. "Hey, Tiny!" The giant swung its tree club. Hari grabbed the club mid-swing. He didn't stop it, he rode it. He swung around the wood, landing on the giant's shoulder. He placed his palm on the giant's ear. Prana shock, equilibrium breaker. He sent a pulse of disruption into the giant's inner ear. The giant's eyes crossed. It lost all sense of balance. It stumbled sideways, crashing into the two giants behind it. Dominoes. 3 giants fell off the bridge, plummeting into the ravine below. Hari landed back on the bridge. "Aim for the knees," Hari shouted to the students. "Defindo the tendons. Reducto the ankles. If they can't walk, they can't kill you." The students rallied. "Reducto." Neville Longbottom screamed, blasting a giant's kneecap. The bone shattered. The giant fell. "Good shot, Longbottom," Hari yelled. "Next one." But more were coming. And behind the giants, the air grew cold. Freezing. The purple sky darkened further. A swarm appeared. Thousands of ragged cloaks. Dementors. They weren't just guarding Azkaban anymore. They were hungry. They descended on the castle like a cloud of locusts. "Patron uses." Lupin shouted from the battlements. "Expecto Patronum." Silver animals erupted from the teachers' wands. A wolf. A cat. A phoenix from Dumbledore. But the students were terrified. Their patron uses were weak, flickering wisps of mist. The Dementors swarmed over the silver light, smothering it. "There's too many," Hermione cried, her otter Patronus fading. "The despair, it's too heavy." Hari looked up. He felt the cold trying to eat his fire. He couldn't fight 1,000 Dementors alone. He needed backup. Not wizards. He needed something that understood fear and ate it for breakfast. He reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small, dried chili pepper. It was a Butchalokia, ghost pepper. Nandi had given it to him. "In case you need to wake up the family." Hari bit the pepper. It burned. It felt like he had swallowed lava. He looked at the sky. He focused on his brother. "Hey! War God!" Hari screamed at the clouds. "The buffet is open." The clouds ripped open. A screech pierced the air, louder than the Dementors, sharper than a phoenix song. A peacock descended. This wasn't a zoo peacock. This was a celestial war mount, the size of a jet fighter, with feathers that looked like eyes made of burning sapphires. It slammed into the courtyard, crushing a loose gargoyle. Riding it was a youth. 6 faces flickered for a second before merging into one devastatingly handsome, utterly bored face. He wore golden armor and held a spear that made Hari's energy weapon look like a toothpick. Kartikeya. Skanda. The general of the divine armies. Behind him, portals opened. 50 figures dropped onto the bridge. They were short, squat, and terrifying. They had mismatched eyes, tusks, and skin colors ranging from blue to neon orange. The Ganas. Shiva's personal retinue of goblins, ghosts, and unruly spirits. The wizards stopped fighting. The giants stopped roaring. Everyone stared. Kartikeya looked around. He looked at the Dementors. He curled his lip. Soul Eaters, Kartikeya scoffed. Filthy pests. Hari, you called me for janitorial work? They're blocking my view, Hari said, leaning on his spear. Clear them out. Kartikeya raised his hand. Ganas. Dinner time. The Ganas cheered. It sounded like hyenas laughing in a canyon. They launched themselves into the air. They didn't fly with magic, they just jumped really, really high. They tackled the Dementors. It was a massacre. The Ganas didn't use patron uses. They used teeth. They used claws. They ripped the Dementors apart, shredding the cloaks and devouring the shadowy essence underneath. A Ghana with 3 eyes bit a Dementor's head off and burped. Is that cannibalism? Hermione whispered, horrified. Recycling, Hari corrected. Kartikeya jumped off his peacock. He landed next to Hari. The ground cracked under his boots. Father says hello, Kartikeya said, watching his minions eat the depression monsters. He also says you broke the bracelet. Mom is worried. Tell Parvati I'm fine, Hari said. Just a little mild radiation poisoning. You look terrible, Kartikeya noted. Your skin is cracking. Thanks. Listen, can you handle the ground war? I need to get to the boss. Kartikeya frowned. He looked at the purple sky. I cannot fight the Azura directly, Kartikeya said. The laws of engagement. If a god strikes a mortal realm entity, the realm shatters. Vritra is technically anchored to a human soul. Loophole. I know the rules, Hari spat. Just keep the giants and the Dementors off my back. Keep the students alive. I can do that, Kartikeya spun his spear. But Hari, the Azura is feeding on the castle. He's merging with the ley lines. If you don't kill him soon, Hogwarts becomes his new body. Great. I always wanted to fight a building. The serpent in the stones. Hari left the bridge to the professionals. The Ganas were now playing catch with a giant's head, and sprinted back into the castle. The air inside was heavy. The stone walls were sweating black tar. Potter. Draco Malfoy ran out of the great hall. He was covered in dust, his expensive robes ruined. He was holding a wand that was shaking, but he wasn't running away. Draco, Hari stopped. Status? They're in the dungeons, Draco gasped. The shadows, they came through the floor. Pansy. Goyle, they got taken. Hari grabbed Draco's shoulders. Taken where? Down. Into the chamber, Draco said. The pipes are singing, Hari. It sounds like snakes. The Chamber of Secrets, Hari realized. Of course. The basilisk nest. The heart of Slytherin's power. Is Daphne safe? She's in the hall, Draco pointed. Organizing the wounded. But the floor is cracking. We can't hold it. Hari pushed Draco toward the stairs. Go back to the hall. Tell Daphne to evacuate up. Get to the astronomy tower. The lower levels are compromised. Where are you going? To check the plumbing. Hari ran. He slid down the marble staircase, jumping the last flight. He reached the second-floor girls' bathroom. The sink was already open. The tunnel gaped like a mouth. But he didn't need to jump in. Because the monster was coming up. The floor of the corridor exploded. A massive head smashed through the stone. It wasn't the basilisk. It was a construct made of shadow, bone, and stone, shaped like a hydra. Voldemort's voice echoed from the heads. You cannot hide, little godling. I am the walls. I am the floor. The stone heads lunged. Hari dodged. He slid under a biting jaw, feeling the stone teeth graze his back. He needed a weapon. His energy spear was good for cutting, but this thing was massive. He saw a suit of armor standing in the alcove. Hari grabbed the armor's halberd. It was heavy, rusted iron. He channeled prana into it. The rust flaked off. The metal glowed red-hot. Structural renovation. Hari yelled. He swung the halberd. He cleaved the stone head off. It crashed to the floor, crumbling into rubble. But two more heads grew back from the stump. Hydra rules, Hari muttered. Cut one, get two. Annoying. He needed fire. Real fire. He remembered the gillyweed in his pocket. Useless. He remembered the chili pepper. Eaten. He checked his other pocket. A lighter. A Muggle Zippo he'd bought in London because he thought it looked cool. He flicked it open. A tiny flame appeared. Okay, Hari said to the flame. Time to grow up. He poured his will into the tiny fire. He fed it his anger, his fear, his exhaustion. The flame didn't just grow. It roared. It turned white. Agni, breath. Hari blew on the lighter. A cone of white fire erupted from his hand. It was like a flamethrower fueled by nuclear fission. It engulfed the stone hydra. The stone didn't just get hot, it melted. The shadow magic binding it screamed and evaporated. The construct collapsed into a pile of molten slag. Hari snapped the lighter shut. Smoking kills, he wheezed. He fell to one knee. His vision blurred. He was running on fumes. The battle in the graveyard, the lack of sleep, the limiter release, his body was starting to shut down. His muscles were tearing themselves apart from the stress. Get up, he told his legs. His legs said no. Get up, or everyone dies. A hand grabbed his arm. It was Daphne. She was there, looking like a Valkyrie in ruined dress robes. She pulled him up. I told you to go to the tower, Hari mumbled. I ignored you, Daphne said. She jammed a vial into his mouth. Drink. What is it? Poison. Pepper-up potion mixed with adrenaline and dragon blood, Daphne said. Snape brewed it. He said it would either wake you up or stop your heart. Hari swallowed. It tasted like battery acid and lightning. His eyes snapped open. His pupils dilated. His heart rate jumped to 200 beats per minute. "Woh," Hari gasped. That's the stuff. Focus, Daphne slapped his cheek. Hard. The Great Hall is breached. Not by monsters. By him. Voldemort. He's at the gates, Daphne said. With the Death Eaters. The real ones. Bellatrix. Dolohov. And he's got Hagrid. Hari's face went cold. The adrenaline rush clarified everything. The pain vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating rage. Hagrid. They have him in chains. They're using him as a shield. Hari gripped his halberd. He looked at Daphne. Get behind me, Harry said. Way behind me. I'm coming with you. No. This isn't a fight, Daphne. This is an execution. He turned and walked toward the great hall. The floor melted under his footprints. The fall of the gates. The great hall was a ruin. The enchanted ceiling was gone, revealing the purple vortex outside. The house tables were overturned as barricades. At the far end, the massive oak doors were blasted off their hinges. Standing in the opening was the army of the Dark Lord. Death Eaters in silver masks stood in ranks, wands raised. Werewolves prowled the edges, led by Fenrir Greyback. And in the center, chained and bleeding, was Hagrid. The half-giant was weeping, his face bruised. Floating above them all was Richard Voldemort. He had shed the lizard form from the graveyard. He was more refined now. He looked like a darkly divine statue, obsidian skin, 4 arms, a halo of black fire behind his head. He was beautiful and terrifying. Dumbledore stood alone in the center of the hall. His wand was out. He looked tired. Surrender, old man, Voldemort's voice resonated through the castle. The boy is broken. Your ministry is ash. Bow, and I will be merciful. I will never bow to a parasite, Tom, Dumbledore said softly. Then die. Voldemort raised a finger. A beam of black death shot toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore blocked it with a golden shield, but the force drove him back. He skid across the stone floor. Bellatrix Lestrange laughed. Kill him, my lord. Grind his bones. A Death Eater stepped forward to hex Hagrid. Zip. A blur of motion. A spear, made of molten iron, flew across the hall. It took the Death Eater in the chest. It pinned him to the oak doorframe with a wet thud. Silence. Everyone looked at the side entrance. Harry walked in. He was glowing. The pepper-up potion and the limiter release were mixing in his blood, turning him into a walking reactor. His eyes were white. His hair was floating as if underwater. You're in my seat, Harry said. Voldemort turned his red eyes to Harry. The sun returns, Voldemort smiled. I smelled your fear upstairs. That wasn't fear, Harry walked past Dumbledore. That was me putting on my shoes. Harry stopped 10 feet from the Dark Army. Let the big guy go, Harry pointed at Hagrid. Come and take him, Bellatrix shrieked. She raised her wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light rushed at Harry. Harry didn't dodge. He swatted it. He backhanded the spell. His hand, coated in dense prana, deflected the magic. The green bolt flew sideways and hit a werewolf, who dropped dead instantly. Bellatrix gasped. He touched the curse. I'm done with wands, Harry said. I'm done with talking. He looked at Voldemort. Hey, snake face. 1-on-1. Right now. You win, you get the castle. I win, you leave. Voldemort laughed. You think you can dictate terms? I have an army. So do I, Harry said. He whistled. The stained glass windows high above shattered. The Ganis poured in. Hundreds of them. They crawled down the walls like spiders. Cartacea landed on the Gryffindor table, creating a crater. Sorry I'm late, Cartacea drawled. The giants were chewy. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He looked at the war god. The Devis interfere? Voldemort hissed. This is a violation. I'm just watching, Cartacea cleaned his nails with a dagger. My brother, however, he's a local. Harry cracked his neck. Last chance, Tom. Let Hagrid go. Voldemort sneered. He snapped his fingers. The chains on Hagrid tightened. They began to glow red hot. Hagrid screamed. That was it. The snap. Inside Harry, something broke. Not a bone. Not a limiter. The Rudra, the aspect of Shiva that weeps while it destroys, took the wheel. Hari didn't move fast. He moved instantly. He vanished. He reappeared in front of Hagrid. He grabbed the red-hot chains with his bare hands. Break. He tore the magical steel apart like wet paper. He kicked Hagrid backward, sending the half-giant sliding to safety behind Dumbledore. Then Hari turned to the Death Eaters. He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a catastrophe waiting to happen. Run, Hari whispered. Bellatrix didn't run. She cast a curse. Hari ducked. He grabbed a Death Eater next to her, Dolohov, and used him as a human shield. The curse hit Dolohov. Hari threw the body at Bellatrix. Then he looked up at Voldemort. You want to be a god? Hari asked, his voice echoing with a dual harmonic, human and divine. Hari crouched. The floor beneath him turned to powder. Let's see if you can fly. Hari launched himself. He hit Voldemort in midair. They crashed through the roof of the Great Hall, spiraling up into the purple sky. The astronomy tower. They landed on the flat roof of the astronomy tower. Hari slammed Voldemort into the stone battlements. Voldemort roared, growing 2 extra arms made of shadow. He punched Hari. Bam! 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 Hari took the hits. His face was bloody, his ribs were cracking, but he didn't stop. He headbutted Voldemort. You are mortal. Voldemort screamed, grabbing Hari's throat with a clawed hand. You bleed. You tire. Yeah, Hari wheezed, grabbing Voldemort's wrist. But I have better dad jokes. Hari twisted his hips. Shoulder throw, orbital drop. He flipped the massive Azura body over his shoulder. Voldemort slammed into the floor of the tower. The stone cracked down the middle. Hari didn't let up. He jumped onto Voldemort's chest. He started punching. Left. Right. Left. Right. Each punch was infused with Vajra, thunder. Boom. 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 This is for the unicorn punch. This is for Cedric punch. This is for my parents punch. Voldemort's obsidian face began to crack. He shrieked, a sound of pure ego being dismantled. Enough. Voldemort exploded. A shockwave of pure darkness blasted Hari off. Hari slid to the edge of the tower, barely catching the railing. Voldemort rose. He was regenerating. The cracks were sealing. He was drawing power from the tear in the sky. You cannot beat me here, Voldemort panted. The dark dimension feeds me. I am infinite. Hari pulled himself up. He spat a tooth over the edge. He looked at the tear in the sky. Infinite, huh? Hari wiped blood from his eye. That's a lot of math. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling. The pepper-up potion was wearing off. The crash was coming. He had one shot. One move left. He remembered the dance. The one Shiva had showed him on the highest peak, where the air was thin and the stars were loud. The Tandava. It wasn't a fight move. It was a rhythm. You match your heartbeat to the frequency of the universe, and then you change the beat. Hari closed his eyes. He began to tap his foot. Thump. Voldemort paused. What are you doing? Praying. Thump. Hari raised his arms. Thump. The debris on the tower began to float. The gravity was reversing. I'm not praying, Hari whispered, opening his eyes. They were no longer white. They were the color of the void between stars. I'm inviting you to a dance. Hari took the first step. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Tandava of Destruction. The universe has a rhythm. Most people never hear it. To wizards, it's just background noise, the hum of magic, the wind in the trees, the frantic beating of their own scared hearts. But to Hari, raised in the high-gravity silence of Kailash, the rhythm was loud. It was a drumbeat. A constant, low-frequency thump-thump-thump that kept the stars from falling out of the sky. Right now, that rhythm was changing. On top of the ruined astronomy tower, under a sky that looked like a bruised plum bleeding darkness, Hari changed the beat. He wasn't fighting anymore. Fighting implies a struggle. Fighting implies that two forces are trying to occupy the same space and one has to leave. This was deletion. Hari lifted his right foot. The movement was slow, deliberate, heavy with a weight that had nothing to do with mass and everything to do with concept. Thump. He brought his heel down. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone felt it. Down in the courtyard, Dumbledore grabbed a pillar as the ground rippled like liquid. The giants paused, their clubs raised, looking confused as the earth beneath them turned into fine sand. On the tower, Vritra Voldemort froze. The four-armed monstrosity looked at Hari, his red eyes narrowing. The swirling vortex of shadows around him hesitated. "What is this?" the Azura hissed, his voice sounding like tearing metal. "You are broken, little godling. Your ribs are dust. Your energy is spent. Why are you dancing?" Hari didn't answer. He couldn't. He was in the flow. He shifted his weight. His hips twisted. His arms moved in a fluid, geometric arc, his hands forming the mudra of dissolution. Step. Pivot. Stomp. The air around Hari began to ignite. Not with fire, but with friction. The reality of the tower was rubbing against the reality of Hari's dance, and the sparks were pure, white plasma. Voldemort roared. He sensed the danger. This wasn't magic. Magic bends the rules. This was rewriting the rulebook. Die. The Azura lunged. He was fast, a blur of obsidian scales and shadow. He swung all four arms, claws extended, aiming to rip Hari into confetti. Hari didn't dodge. He spun. As Voldemort's claws passed through the space where Hari had been a microsecond ago, Hari's leg swept out in a perfect circle. His heel connected with Voldemort's knee. It wasn't a kick. It was an inevitability. Crack. The sound was sickening. Voldemort's leg, thick as a tree trunk and armored in dragon scale, didn't just break. It disintegrated at the point of impact. The bone turned to ash. The scales turned to smoke. Voldemort screamed, stumbling back, his regenerative abilities instantly trying to knit the limb back together. But the ash wouldn't reform. The destruction was absolute. "You!" Voldemort gasped, hopping on one leg, his eyes wide with genuine terror. "You are using the Rudra. You will burn yourself out. You are mortal." Hari kept moving. He didn't look at Voldemort. His eyes were fixed on a point in infinity. He was weeping. Tears streamed down his blue-tinged face, evaporating instantly from the heat of his skin. This was the tragedy of the Tandava. To destroy is to weep for what is lost. Step. Clap. Turn. The gravity on the tower reversed. Debris, stone blocks, broken telescopes, dust, began to float upward. Voldemort clawed at the air as he started to lift off the ground. "No. I am gravity. I am the void." Voldemort lashed out with his shadow tendrils, anchoring himself to the remaining stones. He opened his mouth, and a beam of pure void energy shot toward Hari. Hari caught it. He didn't block it. He didn't deflect it. He caught the beam of nothingness in his bare hands. He spun with it, guiding the energy around his body like a ribbon. Return to sender. Hari released the energy. But he added his own frequency to it. The beam hit Voldemort in the chest. The Azura was blasted backward, crashing through the parapet. He fell, screaming, tumbling down the side of the castle. Hari didn't stop dancing. He danced off the edge of the tower. He didn't fall. He stepped down on the air as if there were invisible stairs. Thump. 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 The ground war below, the battle had paused. You can't really keep fighting when the sky is screaming and a boy is walking down from the clouds on a staircase made of shockwaves. Dumbledore stood in the center of the courtyard, his wand lowered. Beside him, McGonagall was clutching her chest, watching the spectacle. Albus, she whispered. What is he doing? He is ending an era, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly. That is the dance of the end of cycles. I have read about it in the oldest texts of the Vedic seers. I never thought I would see a teenager perform it. Near the gate, Kartikay was sitting on a pile of unconscious giants, eating a pomegranate. He looked up at his brother. His form is sloppy, Kartikay critiqued, spitting out a seed. But the intent is there. 7 out of 10. Neville Longbottom, who was currently holding a sword he'd pulled out of a hat, stared at the war god. He's floating. He's vibrating, Kartikay corrected. If he stops, he explodes. Keep your head down, plant boy. The splash zone is going to be messy. Vritra Voldemort hit the courtyard floor. Boom. The impact created a crater that cracked the foundation of the castle. Dust billowed up, thick and choking. From the crater, the Azura rose. He was huge now. He had abandoned the humanoid shape. He was a mass of writhing shadows, scales, and hate, towering 30 feet high. He looked like a dragon made of nightmares. I will consume this world, the entity roared. I will eat the sun. The darkness expanded. It rushed outward like a tsunami, threatening to swallow the students, the teachers, the castle itself. Hari landed in front of the wave of darkness. He stopped dancing. He stood perfectly still. The sudden stillness was more violent than the movement. The momentum of the universe slammed into his paws. Hari brought his hands together in a prayer position. He took a deep breath. The wave of darkness hit him. And it parted. It broke around him like water around a rock. The shadows couldn't touch him. He was too real. He was too heavy with existence. Hari opened his eyes. The white fire was gone. His eyes were normal green again. But in the center of his forehead, the skin was splitting. The scar, the lightning bolt that had marked him for 11 years, was tearing open. But it wasn't bleeding blood. It was bleeding light. Open. Hari whispered the word. The third eye opened. It wasn't a physical eye. It was an aperture of pure consciousness. It was a beam of truth that burned away illusions. And Vritra Voldemort was an illusion. He was a lie. He was a mortal trying to be a god, a dead thing pretending to be alive. The beam of violet light shot from Hari's forehead. It hit the massive shadow dragon dead center. There was no sound. Sound requires air to vibrate. This was happening on a level deeper than air. The shadow dragon didn't explode. It began to delete. The darkness peeled away. The scales turned into math equations that didn't balance, then vanished. The Azura shrieked, not in pain, but in the realization of its own non-existence. No. I am eternal. You are dust, Hari said. He pushed. The beam intensified. It turned from violet to blinding white. It scoured the courtyard. It burned the corruption out of the stones. It vaporized the dark magic hanging in the air. and it burned the azura out of the vessel. The massive shadow form dissolved. The four arms, the tail, the scales, gone. Left floating in the center of the beam was a man. Tom Riddle. He looked human. Pale, snake-like, but human. He was screaming, his soul being scrubbed clean of the parasitic demon he had invited in. He fell. He hit the stone floor of the courtyard with a wet, fleshy slap. He didn't get up. The beam from Hari's forehead faded. The third eye closed, leaving only a vertical scar crossing the lightning bolt. Hari stood there, swaying. The purple sky above began to clear. The tear in the atmosphere zipped shut, the clouds turning from bruised violet to a soft, dawn gray. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. The Death Eaters, those who hadn't fled or been eaten by Ganis, dropped their wands. The fight had gone out of them. You don't fight a solar flare with a stick. Hari looked at his hands. They were trembling violently. His skin was gray, cracked like dry mud. He took one step toward Dumbledore. Did I? Hari wheezed. Did I get him? He didn't wait for an answer. His eyes rolled back in his head. His knees buckled. Hari fell forward. He never hit the ground. A blur of gold moved across the courtyard. Kartikeya caught him. The war god held his brother easily, looking down at the unconscious boy. Yeah, Kartikeya whispered, wiping a smudge of ash from Hari's cheek. You got him, idiot. You got him. 2 days later location, the Black Lake shoreline. Waking up felt like pulling himself out of a pit of molasses. Hari blinked. The light was too bright. He groaned and tried to roll over, but his body felt like it was made of lead and broken glass. Careful, a voice said. Your spiritual lattice is still knitting together. If you move too fast, you might accidentally leave your body behind. Hari focused. He was lying on a transfigured bed on the shore of the Black Lake. The air was crisp and smelled of pine. Sitting in a chair next to him was Daphne Greengrass. She was reading a book, looking perfectly composed, though there were dark circles under her eyes. Daphne? Hari croaked. His voice sounded like he'd been gargling gravel. Drink. She held a cup of water to his lips. He drank greedily. How long? Hari asked. 2 days, Daphne said, closing her book. Madame Pomfrey wanted to keep you in the wing, but your brother threatened to feed her to his peacock if you weren't moved to somewhere with natural prana flow. So, here we are. Hari looked around. The castle was battered. One of the towers was missing. Oops. Scaffolding was already going up. The giant squid was basking in the shallows, looking relaxed. The snake? Hari asked. Gone, Daphne said. Voldemort, or whatever was left of him, is dead. Just a body. The ministry came. Bones took over. They burned the corpse. It's over, Hari. Hari lay back on the pillows. It feels quiet. It is, Daphne smiled, a small, genuine thing. You scared everyone, you know. When you opened that eye, half the Slytherins wet themselves. Good. Builds character. Footsteps approached. Heavy ones. Nandi walked into view. He wasn't wearing his human disguise. He was in his full, bull-headed glory, wearing a silk dhoti and carrying a tray of fruit. He saw Hari awake and snorted, a sound like a foghorn. The sleeping beauty awakens, Nandi grumbled, setting the tray down. Eat. You look like a skeleton. Hey, bye, Hari grinned weakly. Did you see the dance? I saw it. Nandi sat on the grass, the ground shaking. Your footwork was sloppy on the third beat. And you almost deleted the Ravenclaw Tower. Almost doesn't count. Dad saw it too, Nandi said quietly. Hari froze. He was here. For a moment, Nandi pointed at the sky. When the sky cleared, he nodded. That's high praise. Usually, he just grunts. Hari relaxed. A nod from Shiva was worth more than 1,000 medals. What happens now? Hari asked, taking a bite of a celestial mango Nandi handed him. We go home. Nandi suggested. The mountains are calling. The gravity here is making me soft. Hari looked at the lake. He looked at the ruined castle. He looked at Daphne, who was pretending not to listen, but whose hand was gripping her book tightly. Not yet, Hari said. Nandi raised an eyebrow. Oh. The cleanup isn't done, Hari said. The Death Eaters are scattered, but the ideology is still here. And the ministry is a mess. If I leave now, some other idiot is just going to try to take over in 10 years. So you're staying? Nandi asked. For a while, Hari said. I have to finish school. I promised Dad I'd learn the subtle arts. So far, I've just punched things. I should probably learn how to actually cast a charm or two. Nandi sighed, standing up. Fine. But I'm leaving Kartikeya here to watch you. He needs to learn patience anyway. I'm going back to Kailash. Someone has to feed the snakes. Nandi leaned down and ruffled Hari's hair. His hand was rough, massive, and incredibly gentle. You did good, little lord, Nandi whispered. You cleared the path. With a pop that sounded like a thunderclap, Nandi vanished. The headmaster and the student later that afternoon, Dumbledore came. He walked slowly along the shoreline. His arm was in a sling, and he looked older than Hari had ever seen him. But his eyes were clear. The twinkle was back, though it was softer now. Professor, Hari sat up. He was feeling stronger by the hour. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore sat on a transfigured chintz armchair. Or should I say, Hari? Hari is fine. Potter is, well, it's the name on the degree, I guess. Dumbledore gazed out at the lake. I owe you an apology, Hari. For the prophecy? For thinking I could control the board, Dumbledore admitted. I spent so many years moving pieces, trying to ensure the best outcome with the least damage. I forgot that sometimes, the board needs to be flipped. You did what you had to do, Hari shrugged. You played chess. I played rugby. Different rules. Indeed, Dumbledore chuckled. The Board of Governors is distressed. They are asking why the astronomy tower is currently orbiting the Quidditch pitch. Gravity reversal, Hari explained. It'll come down eventually. Tell them to wear helmets. I shall pass that on, Dumbledore smiled. Then he grew serious. The darkness inside Tom, the Azura, it is truly gone. Incinerated, Hari said, tapping his forehead. The third eye doesn't leave leftovers. The man, Riddle, he died a human death. Scared and small. That's the best we could give him. It is more than he deserved, Dumbledore said. You have saved this world, Hari. Not just from Voldemort, but from a divine war. I just took out the trash, Professor. Now comes the hard part. Oh. Rebuilding, Hari said. Making sure the next Dark Lord doesn't find it so easy to recruit. Strength protects the weak, Professor. It doesn't rule them. That's the lesson the wizards forgot. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A lesson we will try to relearn. With your help. I'm not going anywhere, Hari said. Besides, I still haven't figured out how to use a quill without snapping it. I have to pass transfiguration. Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the boy, no, the young man, before him. He saw the scar, the wild hair, the dangerous calm. You are a very unusual wizard, Hari, Dumbledore said. I'm not a wizard, Albus, Hari grinned, picking up a stone and tossing it into the lake. It skipped 20 times before sinking. I'm the guy you call when the wizarding doesn't work. The final alliance. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in oranges and pinks, a small group approached Harry's bedside. Draco Malfoy looked nervous. He was holding a box of expensive chocolates. Ron Weasley looked awkward, holding a get-well card that looked like it had been chewed by an owl. Hermione Granger looked determined, clutching a stack of books. "You're alive." Ron blurted out. "Bloody hell, Harry. You fell from the sky." "Gravity loves me," Harry said. Draco stepped forward. He looked at his shoes, then at Harry. "My father is in Azkaban," Draco said quietly. He tried to run, but the Gannis caught him. "He's gone." "I know," Harry said. He didn't offer pity. Pity was for the weak. Draco didn't need pity, he needed direction. "I don't know what to do," Draco admitted. "The Malfoy name is mud. Our vaults are frozen." Harry looked at the pale boy. He saw the potential there. The desire to be something other than a victim of his father's legacy. "You start over," Harry said. "You're good at potions, right? And politics?" I suppose." "Then use it," Harry said. "Help Daphne. She's going to reshape the Slytherin house. No more blood purity garbage. We make it about ambition. Real ambition. The ambition to be strong." Draco straightened up. He looked at Daphne, who nodded. "I can do that," Draco said. I'll handle the logistics." "Good minion," Harry smirked. Draco scowled, but there was no heat in it. "I am not a minion. I am an associate. Whatever helps you sleep, Grey boy." Hermione dumped the books on the bed. "Light reading?" Harry asked, eyeing a tome titled Post-Traumatic Spiritual Stress Disorder in You. "You need to understand what happened to your core," Hermione said fast. "And you need to catch up on coursework. Exams are cancelled, but education is forever. Also, thank you." "For what?" "For saving the school," Hermione said softly. "Logic failed us. Magic failed us. You didn't. Sometimes you just need to punch the problem," Harry said. "I still think it's barbaric," Hermione sniffed, but she was smiling. "But, effective." The group eventually dispersed, leaving Harry and Daphne alone as the stars came out. "So," Harry said, stretching his arms. "I think our date got interrupted." "It did," Daphne said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I recall you running off to fight a dragon god." "I'm back now." "You are. Do I still get that second date?" Harry asked. Daphne looked at him. She reached out and traced the line of his jaw. Her fingers were cool. "You destroyed a tower, Harry. You summoned an army of goblins. You broke the sky. Is that a no?" "It means," Daphne leaned in, her eyes sparkling with that Slytherin calculation mixed with something much warmer, "that the standard for the second date is very high. I expect dinner. Somewhere nice. And no monsters." "I can do no monsters," Harry promised. "Unless the waiter is rude." Harry. Okay. No violence. Just dinner." He took her hand. It fit perfectly in his. "I'm staying, Daphne," Harry said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The mountains are my home. But, this world. It's interesting. It's got potential. And..." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "And it's got you." Daphne smiled. She leaned forward and kissed him. It wasn't a tentative, teenage kiss. It was the kiss of two people who had stood on the edge of the apocalypse and decided they liked the view better together. When they broke apart, Harry felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the Rudra and nothing to do with the sun. It was just, happy. He looked up at the night sky. The stars were twinkling. Somewhere up there, beyond the veil of reality, on a snowy peak in a different dimension, a blue-skinned god was sitting on a tiger skin, smiling. Hari smiled back. "Thanks, Dad," Hari whispered. "But I think I'll take it from here." He squeezed Daphne's hand. "So," Hari said loud enough for the lake to hear. "Who wants to teach me how to drive a motorcycle?" From the shadows of the forbidden forest, a centaur laughed. Chapter 10 End.